Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. This is the second day of FES 20 Digital. Today, we are going to have a day full of discussion and information. And the big news of this edition is Initiative FES. It's a hub platform which is going to be launched after the event, and everyone can get connected in an easy fashion for free. If you haven't registered yet, use the QR code you can see on the screen and create your profile and get connected. In FIS Hub Digital, you can also submit questions to our speakers and talk about all the different topics. So let's have our first panel. Known as the nation of startups, Israel has over 8,000 innovative means in a country of 8.7 million inhabitants. To speak about a small giant of information and innovation, we've invited Joseph Rosenblum, who is medical director of Maccabi Entrepreneurship and eHealth Ventures, to tell us a little bit about the Israeli model of innovation. We also have Denis Aviana, former Secretary of Science, Technology and Strategic Supplies, Ministry of Health, and professor of the Medical School of the State University of Rio de Janeiro, who is going to be the moderator. We also have Angela Cohen, Director of Technology and Innovation of COP, Federal University of Rio, and Vânia Canuto, who is Director of Management and Incorporation of Technology and Health for the Ministry of Health of Brazil. All of that to learn from Israel, try to replicate this experience in Brazil. So the room is Roche Personalized Medicine. So let's do it.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking FIS for the invitation to be the moderator of this session, a very important session, with a group of distinguished speakers to talk about the success case of Israel. Israel has become a hub of research and development in digital business, very much focused on life sciences, medical sciences, applying the technology and also developing new molecules. We have a lot to learn from Israel thanks to this very successful model, integrating the government of Israel with the academia and the market. Let me give you an example. In the NASDAQ stock exchange market, Israel represents the highest number of technology companies traded there. $3.4 billion were raised as funds for such companies. So we have a lot to learn from this model. And to start, I would like to hand it over to Joseph Rosenblum, who is going to present this scenario. And then we are going to hear from Angela Cohen and Vânia Canuto, who are going to tell us more about the Brazilian reality. Professor Rosenblum, Dr. Rosenblum, it's a pleasure to have you here. We are going to learn a lot from this model, and we hope we can really address a number of questions that are going to be useful to Brazil. Handing over to you now, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can I have the first slide, please? Well, this is not the first slide. Okay, that's fine. So again, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I will try humbly. I mean, I'm very glad to hear. And quite frankly, I do believe that Israel is a leader in the field of digital health. And I'll try to talk a little bit about what made it a success in this area. I just very briefly want to give a disclaimer so you will know where I'm situated. I'm the medical director of Maccabi Entrepreneurship. I'll say a few words about Maccabi later on. And I'm also the the founder, medical director, and a board member in eHealth Ventures. And again, I'll talk a little bit about eHealth Ventures because it really represents the way that I perceive novelty in digital health. Beyond me, I have 40 years of experience in digital health. Practically since I graduated medical school, throughout my career, I played around with digital health and medical informatics in all markets. And I guess I'll talk about all these markets and the involvement together when we talk about the Israeli experience. Next slide, please. There is no way in these days that we can start discussing anything in medicine without say a few words about COVID-19. Now, I think that you will all agree with me that if we look at what happened in the medical arena in the last 6 months, and actually it took only 3 months from March to June, we saw a dramatic change in the methods and shape of healthcare. And the way we are practicing medicine today is totally different than the way we practiced medicine only a year ago. And I believe that you will all agree with me that these changes are here to stay. Even when Corona days are over, and they will be over, some of the technologies, the changes, and the way that we practice medicine will change forever. And we do need to acquire a new set of tools to deal with these changes. And again, just as a reminder, because we take it for granted that instead of now sitting in Copacabana drinking some cocktail, I'm talking to you 10,000 kilometers away. And if I would have told you in phase 19 that phase 20 is going to be like this, that everybody will log from his computer and we take it for granted, nobody would believe me. The next slide, please. Before getting into digital health in Israel, I just want to say a few sentences about the structure of the public health care system in Israel because it's important. It reflects the success. In Israel, we had our reform, which it's not called Obama healthcare, but it's like the Obama healthcare back in 1994. And this reform made medicine accessible to 100% everybody in the Israeli population. So the healthcare services is provided by four HMOs. They are all non-for-profit. Every Israeli citizen belongs to one of these HMOs, and every Israeli citizen receives the same uniform, exact basket of services. So it's really equal to everybody. And the HMOs compete with one another for moving citizens from one HMO to the other, basically due to service and technology, but not medicine. Next slide, please. In Israel, we used to say that if you don't believe in miracles, you are not realistic. And I think that one of the keys to success and key factors in our success was sheer luck. But what we do have, which really helps us, first of all, we have one unique ID to each and every citizen, which means that every citizen that walks around in different services are using always the same ID. So it is very, very easy to relate information to this specific citizen. Now, we had freedom to operate. Either it was brave or stupid, we had a lot of freedom to do, to experiment, and to try new technologies and new things. This is due to the fact that our regulation used to be very, very thin. We didn't have to fight with regulators, we'd rather invest our energy in development. Unfortunately, it changed, but still Israel is relatively low on regulation. Nothing to compare with the USA or Europe. We have smart IT people, And the total population is really IT accepted. I mean, it's easy to create, to bring, and to talk about new technologies. Next, please. Next slide. Now, what does it mean? Okay, so what? I'm talking about the system and I'm talking about some of the fundamentals, but what does it mean? What it really means that there is load segmentation and the healthcare providers are not competing with each other, luckily. They do to some extent, but usually the competition is to get better service. There is a very low immigration rate between the different HMOs, which makes us uh, really owners of the medical data. And the HMOs perceive their job as they are responsible to everything which happens in for an Israeli citizen, medical events from cradle to death. And those were the key elements that drove the four HMOs to try and develop very advanced IT systems and information system and digital health back, I would say, 30 years ago. Next slide, please. Now, in order to make it more realistic, I just want to say a few words about the HMO where I grew up. It is called Maccabi. Israel is a small country compared to Brazil. We have less than 9 million people. Four HMOs, so we are responsible to one quarter of the Israeli population. And we do it over 500 facilities with over 5,000 physicians and a huge network of hospitals, clinics, pharmacy, and so on and so forth. So, as a matter of fact, we are not just financially covering, but we are providing the healthcare. And that's also very important for the engine that drove us to develop systems. Next slide, please. So in order to make it a little bit clear, I've just drawn here a very short timeline of advancement that we had in medical IT. So already in 1990, okay, which is 30 years ago actually, already were 100% paperless. Not less paper, but paperless. Since then, all our clinicians, nurses, physiotherapists, SLPs, whoever, everything that has to do with patients' well-being it's mandatory to report to a computer. And we have a huge database of 30 years of this data. Along the line, and I'm not going to describe each and every transaction, but we moved into telecardiology and teleradiology and all our pharmacies are are digitized and connected to the same database and to the same system. And just to close up this small, very, very brief advancement, I would say that in 2019, okay, before COVID, already one quarter of all our medical encounters were done digitally, electronically, over a cell phone or a computer. So we moved into telehealth and into having advanced services before the pressure of the COVID and with no connection. Of course, now when I look at our overall operation currently, more than 50%, between 50 to 60% of all our encounters are done digitally. Next slide, please. I want to say that the level of medicine in Israel is very, very high. I choose the life expectancy because I think that by the end of the day, that's what we do. I mean, our job as practitioners is to extend people's life. So if you look at the life expectancy in Israel, it's far above the OECD and the US. And as a matter of fact, we are within the five leading nations in the world as far as life expectancy is measured. Next slide, please. And we do it with very low budget. Okay, so I think it's phenomenal that in Israel we are our expense as part of the GDP and an overall expense is very low compared with the OECD and compared with other people with other nations which are about the same size and the same level. I'm not comparing it with the USA where it is sevenfold higher. I dare say, and I think that I can prove it, not now during this lecture, that one of the main reasons that we can allow to spend less money on medicine is the way that we are so advanced technologically. And I did quite a lot of research on this issue, and I think that I can prove it that a better IT system, better digital health contributes both to life expectancy or life expenditure and to a low budget. Next slide, please. And if I want to summarize why, what makes us unique and why is it working? It's a combination of many factors. So it's the healthcare system with over 25 years of accumulated medical data. It's the local HMOs that take it as their responsibility to provide better digital health. I cannot ignore the technology strengths. Israel is a technological giant, and we have AI and machine learning, a lot of buzz and happening in this field, which we incorporate very easily and very gladly. The people are open. That's part you will hear later from the people who visited Israel. That's one, like Brazilians. That was my first impression when I went to Brazil. That everybody is very open, very friendly, and wants to share and communicate. So it's easy in such an environment to implement new technologies, and the infrastructure is very healthy. And I will talk a little bit about it in the next slide. Next, please. I have to say that one of the main contribution in the last years to our success is the fact that the government realized that this is a very important resource and it started investing money and encouraging and following the digital health arena. And this is not in the corona. I'm talking about already something around 8 years that the government started shifting money. I'm talking about 300 millions was allocated by the government on a yearly basis, not over 8 years. Every year, $300 million to develop the sector of digital health by creating new initiatives, and the industry responded. And the industry realized that it is a wise thing to join forces and to combine efforts. And as a matter of fact, eHealth Ventures, that I am one of the founders and a director there, it's a venture capital fund that invests money. But we are working together with a large HMO. And we are not unique. There are several models like this in Israel when the industry and the medical arena joined forces together and created bodies aimed to develop digital health. Next slide, please. And when I'm talking about by the end of the day, it's people. By the end of the day, it's not governments and it's not big deal. It's entrepreneurs, and these are people that want to do, that are eager to do change, that want to do something that it's burning in their bones, as we say in Hebrew. And what makes a good entrepreneur? I think that what makes a good entrepreneur, first, it's a Jewish mother. I mean, a Jewish mother is an entity in Israel. She is pushing hard. Then the army. It's very important because the army in Israel is very high tech. It's mandatory, and we are experienced. We are forced to experience high tech while we are very young. The academia, the fact that it is a startup nation with very rapid development cycles, and even though Israel is very high tech, still the development is low cost. So we can experiment. We can play around. We are not forcing to burn out millions of dollars for each and every development. So putting all these driving forces together, it creates an environment where entrepreneurs can flourish. Next slide, please. Next slide again. Just to give you an example, so I'm not going to be very theoretical, I want to talk about one of our companies. As I said, eHealth Ventures is an incubator. We are investing money in new digital health companies, Israeli companies, crazy companies. And so I just picked one company, and the entrepreneur there, his name is Yoel Ezra. He's an engineer who studied in the Technion, and his military service was in a unit that developed high yield cameras for special operations. And they were forced to develop their really crazy innovations, crazy camera, a camera that you have to put on your shirt and that will look for half a kilometer with a very open angle and things like this. And he left the army. He said that he has the knowledge to put a microscope, full blown microscope, into a handheld device. And currently, we are in the end stages of developing. This is the device, this is the actual device as you see it. So, we do have a handheld microscope that can do CBC and other tests without power supply, with no lights. Everything is internal, everything is within the hand. So, it's really the capability of integrating technologies from all sorts of places together, the university, the army, science put together. Next slide, please. Again, I'm referring to the government again and again. I just want to give you an example of, and the best example is our incubator. So our incubator, it's an incubator. We invest money in companies. We take new ideas, and the stage that we are investing in companies is the stage that, as we say, a drawing on a napkin. We have a PowerPoint, nothing but a PowerPoint. We take these companies, we invest $1 million in them, give them 2 years in an incubator, supportive, running with all the babysitting required in order to develop a crazy idea. The reason why we do it is because the government is allowing us a leverage of 85%. So for each and every 15 cents that we bring from our money, the government is helping us by adding 85 cents. So it reduces the risk and it allows us to invest in more companies and to choose high risk, which by the end of the day is going to be high yield companies. So this is one of the main success factors in Israel, the fact that the government took responsibility. Next slide, please. Now, if you ask me about the secret sauce, I must tell you that there is no magic wand, really. It's a slow evolving process, and if you approach it correctly, everyone can succeed. We have strong conviction and belief. It helps. We believe in what we are doing, and this is part of the Israeli mentality. We have tolerance, which is also very, very good. So we can bring what we say wet solution. When something is about to be ready, we can already expose it, and we know that our users are not going to kick it and say it's worth nothing. But they are part of the development, so it's very, very easy. And we are ready to incorporate new technologies. What is very, very important, and I'll refer to it also in 2 slides, is we learn from mistakes. And don't underestimate the value of mistakes. Next slide, please. So I just want to show you pictures, a short movie where you will understand what it takes to do some change.
Since this is nothing. This is nothing. The twig of 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 my eyes away.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So, doing a change is not always a major change. Sometimes it's just changing the way you think. So, because it is, the Israeli experience, I want to share with you some of the insights that I gathered through the years that I'm dealing with innovation. And I'm dealing with innovation most of my life. Um, so that's my ideas about implementing innovation. I think that innovation is much more than a buzzword. It's mentality. I don't think that you can do innovation by creating committees, task force, and assigning people when you say, bring me innovation. Instead, what you need is some crazy leader where you give him the ability to start implementing innovation. Innovation is something that you have to implement in the organization. You have to be proactive. You have to embrace change. Innovation comes with major painful changes, and you have to change the attitude and say that you love change and you want to try change. One of the easiest things, and people don't realize how easy it is and how important it is to incorporate pilots, betas, proof of concepts, wet runs, things like this. When somebody comes to you with a crazy innovation, crazy idea, crazy setup, try it. Why not? I mean, and it brings energy and it brings interest to the organization, and it's a fantastic way to experience innovation. Of course, you have to find way to bypass shocking regulation. And usually innovation precedes regulation. And it seems at the beginning that regulation is a huge barrier, but you have to find a way to overcome it, and there are ways to do it. And encourage stupid and crazy projects, because by the end of the day, the real innovation lies in projects which at the beginning seems crazy. From people who are not, and most of our entrepreneurs coming from, they are not medically literate. They come from different arenas. They come from different arenas, so they're not spoiled. They think differently, and they come with really crazy ideas. And I said it before, I repeat it again. Failure is a legitimate outcome. If you don't fail and if you don't crash, it means that you are not innovative enough. In order to do innovation, you have to know that a certain percentage of what you are doing will fail. You will learn a lot out of it. Next slide, please. Now, today, as you see in all the journals that you look, all the scientific journals, I think that innovation is all about cooperation, collaboration, and partnership, which are synonyms. This is the same word. It's an ecosystem of sharing of sharing ideas, sharing pilots, do clinical research, do tutoring together, and that's what we do. I mean, what we do is we are open. We are open to the world. We have many collaborators. We have an affiliated hospital in Brazil. It is the Hospital Israeli Albert Einstein in Rio de Janeiro. They are one of our affiliates, and we are open to it. We are open and we encourage everybody to communicate, to share ideas, to participate, and to see how we can benefit from each other, because the knowledge is not in Israel and the knowledge is not in Brazil solely, and it's not in the United States. It's putting everything all around, and it's easy. I'm sitting today in Tel Aviv talking to you, and it goes the other way around. The bridges have fallen down. Next slide, please. So, just to summarize, we are open for collaboration, for ideas, for changing ideas, to work together. You can contact me either in LinkedIn. My name is Joseph Rosenblum, or you see here my email, and we will be more than happy to share, to talk, and to participate. And I thank you very much for the opportunity and wish you a very happy day.
Doutor Rosenblum, Sua apresentação foi inspiradora.
Dr. Rosenblum,
Conhecer
your
esse
presentation
modelo
was
exitoso,
inspiring. Had a
entender,
chance to
é
know
uma
about this
tempestade
successful
perfeita.
model
Conseguiu
is the
reunir
perfect
um
storm.
ambiente
You could
favorável,
combine a
liderança,
favorable
capital
environment,
humano,
leadership, human
infraestrutura,
capital,
vocação para
infrastructure,
a
vocation
informação e
for
saúde, e isso
information and health care, and these provided the level of success that you could mention. And it proves how the system is effective because, in terms of allocating a GDP percentage comparing to other countries, the healthcare indexes are really successful in terms of life expectancy. It shows the system is delivering results to the population using resources in the best way. And this is a unique model. Very interesting, your proposal in terms of the access to the HMO services, in terms of the competition among them. And it's interesting to understand this model and how successful it was. And this competition provides a better outcome for the users. Very interesting presentation, and it was a unique and singular moment to have your participation here with us. Now I would like to give the floor to Vânia Canuto because the Ministry of Health is requesting her for some topic, and I don't know if she will be able to be with us until the end. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your presentation, Professor Joseph. Your presentation was fantastic. So then you can understand how we can better use resources in Brazil and mention also the innovation and telehealth. In Israel, they have 4 HMOs. As Denizar mentioned, I don't know how they compete among themselves. He mentioned that they mentioned some of them. Here we have the SUS, the healthcare public services provided for the population, and they have also the carriers, the healthcare carriers in Brazil. We have many of them, and this is provided by a private healthcare system. So that's a different model from Israel. And the technological innovation process in Brazil occurs through the National Council of the Incorporation of New Technologies. So the technology is first certified, registered at the surveillance agency here in Brazil, the regulatory agency. And after that, we have a model I believe is different from Israel and probably different from other countries in the world. We have a pricing policy for the drugs, and then we test efficacy. Control medicines and studies are carried out so we can determine the price for the market, both public and private market, through the healthcare plans. So there is a cap for that, and this is regulated by the market pricing council in Brazil. So we have innovation, patent related aspects to establish the pricing for drugs, and probably Israel does not have this type of basket available, but that's what we have here. And after that, we have technology incorporation, and the technology incorporation in the public system, which is performed by Conitec, and in the additional healthcare services, which is performed by NAS, which is the supplementary healthcare system. So we have two different institutions with two different roles. So NS update the holdings of procedures and technologies every 2 years, and Conitec has a continuous flow of demands and technology assessment, which is incorporated in the system step by step. And technology is then made available through SUS. And that's where I believe we need to learn from Israel, how we are able to monitor and follow up, have everything in electronic format, and the telehealth systems they have available there. So this data follow-up system and data
based system they have in place expedites the efficiency of the system, and they have lower costs against the other, and this is compared with the higher level of life expectancy. So we need to evolve with this cooperation with Israel and be inspired by Israel and how they use the technology in favor of themselves, including in health. And I believe this use of the telehealth and the digital technology, if it could be used in Brazil as it was implemented in Israel, could prevent better results because we are a very large country. They have 9 million inhabitants. We have many million inhabitants. So the telehealth will provide us a leap in the life expectancy improvement of our citizens. I was amazed by the expenditure of $300 million per year, the leadership innovation approach they had, and how society also committed themselves in their process to generate efficiency and improvement in the health of their population. So I believe the take-home message for our Ministry of Health here in Brazil is that how this level of investment, how this investment would provide return in efficiency, improvement of health of the citizens in the country. And that's a different system of technological incorporation. Each country has their own way to follow, but I believe for any country that has any aspects connected with the lack of efficiency with health, they should invest in telehealth and telemedicine, and this can improve the health of the Brazilian population. I would like to thank for this invitation. I will be here until 11, and to understand how these HMO compete among themselves. I would like to better understand about it. And if within this process of technological incorporation, they take into account the healthcare new technologies assessment, how everything is done in their process. I would like to better understand that, she's saying. Thank you for your remarks. Very interesting, the aspects you highlighted, the investment of many years, 18 years in improvement of information technology connected with clinical data, and this is something that we can follow in terms of opportunity. I would also like to commend you for your work at the Ministry of Health, the universal access of the potential users, 20 million users. So it's a key challenge, especially with the pandemic of COVID. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor Angela for her remarks and his vision on the innovation and technology.
I have a presentation. If we can please share the slides. We can hear some of the loop of your microphone, Professor Dr. Rosenblunt. If you can mute your microphone when you are not speaking, that would be of great help. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's perfect. Well, let me tell you, I'm an engineer. I'm not a physician. I am the Director of Technology and Innovation of COPI. COPI is an institute of research and graduate studies in the University of Rio de Janeiro. Slides, please. Can you please show my slides? Oh, here it goes. Good. I'm going to share with you the role of academia in rethinking health. It's a contribution that we can do. Next slide. Since the beginning of the creation of COPI, this department, we have a biomedical engineering program. Professor Rony Panerai, Professor Infantozzi, and Professor Rosemary, they were the creators, and they have always worked with the Ministry of Health in the incorporation of new technologies. Throughout time, we've realized there was just so much more in terms of health and other programs. I joined in the middle of last year, and we decided to focus on health engineering. We've noticed that we had been working on technological prospecting, similarly to what Vanya has just said. So, trying to identify perspectives and horizons in technology and also health regulation. And we also focused on developing material, products, processes, equipment, management of innovative business with our startup and incubators, and what are the deliverables: prototype, proof of concept, certification, go to market, creation of technology based companies, and also the discussion of public policies, and also replacement of technology. In terms of materials and products, just for you to have an idea, we have 13 graduate programs. 12 of the 13 engineering are part of this health focus, developing materials, products with nanomedicine, drug products, analysis of products, electron microscopy, all the topics that you can see shown on the screen. In terms of processes, we focus on monitoring and support to patients. For example, managing waiting lists in hospitals. We've done that in some private hospitals. Telemedicine, healthcare system planning, simulation and immersion reality. We have a lot of 3D devices that can be used for drills and simulations. And we have also focused on equipment development, medical hospital equipment, dental treatment equipment, etc. So these are the areas of focus for health engineering. Next slide. Most of you are probably familiar with the numbers of the SUS system in Brazil, but using other sources, such as some organizations, we can see that in 2019, Brazil imported in pharmaceuticals, medication, and vaccines 90% of the supplies. They were imported from India and China. Even though we manufacture 70% of our drugs locally, the active ingredients, 90% of them came from abroad. In terms of medical hospital equipment in 2019, we imported 7 billion total. And we spend more in assets and payment for technology as a result of imports, amounting to $20 billion of import. So it really shows how frail our system is, how flawed the system is. And we've seen it happening. There had been a worsening of the whole area due to the pandemic, and we've seen that in our university. We've experienced a very critical situation in number of ICU beds and also regular inpatient beds. We had shortage of alcohol-based substances, personal protective equipment, tests, respirators, and we had no strategic partnerships to really deal with the problem at hand. So what did we do at the university? I'm also the leader of a foundation. So we started by running a campaign to gather resources, as we had a very good relationship with China. through the Brazil-China Institute and the University of Tsinghua. We end up purchasing the required PPE. We started manufacturing alcohol-based substances within the hospital based on the alcohol provided by Petrobras, so anhydrous fuel after all. So using highly selective membrane manufacturing process, we generated 70% alcohol and glycerin-based alcohol. We developed our own lung respirators. We developed serum test, anti-COVID serum, development of vaccine, and also some artificial intelligence systems for decision-making in diagnosis of patients with COVID-19 using imaging and others. And it was a great cooperation effort in the university, combining engineering, medicine, biophysics, and the university hospital. Let me tell you a little bit about the ventilator, mechanical ventilation. Our program, once the pandemic started, when the first cases were detected, our team said, well, there's not going to be enough ventilators. The universal healthcare system won't be able to provide care to all these patients. So our team started working on a mechanical ventilator which would be affordable. There were no mechanical ventilators for sale. They were extremely expensive, all overpriced because of the demand. So we developed one first prototype, and there were some problems. For example, materials. They had to be biocompatible, sterilizable, and durable. The pressurizer we were using had a risk of a breach of patent. And in the first model, there was also a problem of valves. The pressure turbulence reached a specific resonance and caused some noise in the valves. So these were some of the problems we had to address in the first prototype. We solved the problem, and then we had to run some animal model tests. We worked with the rural university to help us. We've run some studies in pigs, and the results were excellent. Next, we have some tests with people who agreed to be part of the tests, and it was very successful as well. Right now, we are running tests with 1,000 units with different hospitals, and we've sent the final version to Anvisa to be certified and approved. But how are we going to obtain the commercialization of this product? Another case that I'd like to share with you concerns serology test. At COP, we had a group of cell cultivation, and the head had done her postdoc in the US working with a specific protein. In the first week, we developed a work group involving different units: biophysics, biology, medicine, and the diagnostic center of the disease in the university. There were many things being produced at the same time. So the test, serum, and also the possibility of a vaccine. But we decided to focus on something which would be faster, a test after all. It's an ELISA test. It's very accurate, very low cost, and very easy to collect the sample. It was validated with thousands of samples of our database and bank, including many longitudinal samples. Selectivity was 95% for samples which were 11 or days or longer in terms of detection of the disease. Once the study was carried out, we got to a production of tests. It would cost 5 to 6 real per sample, $1, in other words, per sample. Even considering headcount, depreciation of devices, taxes, profit margin, everything. This was the result of our economic feasibility test. And sometimes tests cost as much as 250 real. So there would be savings of about 1 billion to 10 million tests, which were also being rational in the international market. These are things that we have to think in our model of incorporation. The university develops, does not produce. We can produce a specific number, of course, of tests, for example, but it's not our mission to produce, to manufacture. So we've thought about different possibilities. A model of technology incorporation that identified technology and companies, kind of a matchmaking, so to speak. There is another program of the Ministry of Health where there is the transfer of technology from the industry to the government. So a company transfers technology to a public lab, then there is supplied guarantee for a while, and then it just goes into regular business. We've also tried some traditional companies to start manufacturing these products. For the respirator, traditional companies are not prepared to run risks of adopting innovation. And for the mechanical ventilator, the company said, oh no, there are plenty of respirators. Soon the crisis will be over and we won't have enough customers. In startups, and this is why I enjoyed so much the presentation of Dr. Rosenblum, because a startup plays a key role in the productive system of Israel, because there is a culture of entrepreneurship, a culture of innovation. But in Brazil, we still have lack of investment. There are some government funding lines, but somewhat reduced still. There is also a mechanism that fosters innovation. So it's a society of specific purpose. So the university provides a technology and a company provides capital. It's a possibility, but we think it would take too long to happen. Another model that I would like to implement is the model of academic startup. It's an Italian model. The researcher is the majority shareholder of the company, and students manufacture and produce the products. And there is also the problem of competition. In Brazil, there are many laws and regulations that prevent a startup to join, let's say, a bidding process with some kind of advantage. And finally, my last slide. We have come up with some suggestions, some proposals. We think that university and research centers, they are prepared to get involved in priority areas, both for public and private sectors. Therefore, it would be recommendable, especially in healthcare, to use all the clauses of requests. That's part of the new law of innovation. There is also part of the law of innovation, some power of purchasing from the government. We have to encourage the involvement of startups right from the development of that, using, of course, the subsidy provided by the law of innovation. And we really should have more mechanisms to support these innovation projects. In Brazil, there is more regulation than development, to be honest. Brazilian government runs by projects and difficulties, and we need to be faster. We need to trust each other. So this is what we are proposing. This is what we want to bring for the discussion with the ministries of health, with hospitals, with other companies of the industrial complex of health, so that we can do things reducing the vulnerability of the academia and also strengthening the society at large to deal with events such as COVID-19. And as we very well know, it's not going to be a unique event. Eventually, we are going to have many similar events. I would like to close and ask a question to Dr. Rosenblum. How do you choose the startups? Because here that's going to be bidding and 50,000 companies will participate. Then it is approved, but there is no fund. Then there is the first installment of fund, but not the second one. Well, it's just so much red tape. So tell us about the selection method you have there. Thank you all very much. Now, Professor Denizar. Thank you very much for your presentation showing really the contribution of academia, especially COP, your center, who is very well known for oil, deep water prospection. So we have very successful cases. For example, aviation industry, Embraer, which is really a combination of academia, market, and the government. Agriculture as well. We have progressed a lot through our one agents called Embrapa, and also in oil. But how can we reproduce successful cases such as from Israel in Brazilian health, so that we can meet the demands of the population? So let me now ask the questions to you, Dr. Rosenblatt. Dr. Angela has already asked one, and I would like to emphasize the comment that Dr. Vânia Canuto has asked us. It's a very interesting model of universal healthcare access, where four HMOs compete among themselves to provide access and care to the population. I think it would be good to understand how exactly is this competition among the HMOs. So these are my two questions. So how to select the startups that are part, and also the competition of HMOs for your considerations.
Well, just want to see if I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. So I'll start. I guess it's easier to start with the question of Angela and saying, first of all, it's a very difficult task. I agree with you. Just to let you know, EHELS Ventures, which is an investing fund, is working now 4 years. In 4 years, we selected 14 companies. I personally saw 1,200 ideas. So our selection rate is 100 to 1, and we developed a very well structured methodology of choosing. And I can summarize the methodology in two things. One, is there a real clinical need for the proposed solution? Does it answer a real problem? Or is it like many other technologies, that there are some technologies that come to you and say, I have a very good answer. Do you have a good question? I hate it. First of all, it has to be something that really approaches a real clinical problem. The second key issue is, by the end of the day, when we end up developing the solution and it's working, is there anybody who is willing to pay for it? Because we are business. So we need to see that the company is growing up. So it's a major issue. Can we is anybody going to pay for it? And around this, we developed a very structured methodology of choosing. But if you just take these two fundamentals, it's the two key issues, you'll find that you can eliminate many startups. Now, for the second question, it's difficult. It's difficult due to the fact that, of course, it's an open market, and as I said, every Israeli citizen can move from one HMO to another as many times as he wishes, 6 times per year throughout his entire life. The HMOs are competing on services, on opening more new fancy establishment and things like this. But I'd like to end with what I said primarily. By the end of the day, the total movement between HMO is less than 1% per year. So competition is not the key issue for the HMOs. Because the HMOs know that by the end of the day, people, it is more likely for you to change a football team than to change your HMO. And these are the real facts. The real fact, less than 1% is moving. So apparently it is not that important, and it's good because the money doesn't go for publicity and things like this. The money goes to services, to medicine.
Bom, chegamos ao término dessa sessão. Foi realmente um momento ímpar de aprendermos sobre o modelo israelense. Eu quero mais uma vez agradecer na pessoa do presidente José Vilar essa oportunidade de levantarmos uma questão tão importante para refletirmos sobre o sistema de saúde brasileiro. Mais uma vez, obrigado a todos os participantes dessa sessão. Vamos dar continuidade ao FIS 2020.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais. E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo, mas a Amil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo nesse momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina Amil para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina Amil. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é Amil.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos gratuitos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
Sobre o FIS, é um evento de suma importância na agenda do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Ele tem como propósito, é uma frase que o Josier utiliza com muita frequência e que eu acabei levando-a para o meu dia a dia, obviamente fazendo a citação, que é de qualificar os dissensos para construir os consensos. Eu acho essa frase muito representativa.
This is a fantastic event with industry captains as well as startups and healthcare professionals all coming together to really help individuals all across Brazil and make their life better, improve their quality of life, which is what we are all about at Sodexo. So this is truly something that jives with our values and our mission, and hence it becomes so special for us.
Foi uma tarde realmente para mim memorável, inesquecível. Eu estava muito nervoso porque eu sabia que a plateia é muito seleta. Então eu fiquei, uma mulher estava na plateia, um amigo também, e aí disseram que eu estava muito nervoso por dentro. Mas eu relaxei no final e eu terminei dizendo, olha, você pode não ter gostado, mas eu adorei falar com ele. Foi uma coisa tão calorosa, foi uma troca tão simpática. Eu realmente uma tarde não é demagogia, não, é inesquecível para mim.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças...
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor E movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais. E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo, mas a Amil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo nesse momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina Amil para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina Amil. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é Amil.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science.
Bom dia.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this event.
And I'm very pleased to attend this panel with Professor Bastos and with Mr. Barroso, the director of the lab systems. The topic to be discussed is the importance of this complex industrial healthcare in the country. We are having a pandemic, political struggles in terms of vaccine manufacturing, and we have shortage of empowerment and independence in some key and strategic topics in the healthcare market. I would like to give the floor to Gilney to share his vision, not only on the importance of this complex, the industrial complex or center for healthcare, or how we can build the development for the thrive of these systems in Brazil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank Josias for this invitation. It's an honor to attend this wonderful event, and I believe this is going to help us thrive. And as my former friend mentioned, we have a lot to do in this field. In terms of my remarks, I would like to share with you two perspectives of the healthcare system. First, the current market in Brazil, and then the global market. Both have a convergence among themselves because it's key to bear in mind that the healthcare system is an essential system, and we cannot have error margin in this field. And even then, we place the decision-making process on the hands of the physicians. As my colleague mentioned, we need to try to be independent in order not to suffer in some cases where we have troublesome issues in the market. In the gas market, we supply oxygen for the medical field, but we also manufacture nitrous oxide, laser-based gases, and these are exclusively sold for the hospital setting, and this must be a domestic manufacturing system because we cannot depend on imports for such essential products. White Martins has been established in the country for many years, and it matches perfectly with the healthcare system we have in place. We also manufacture oxygen sites, and we produce and manufacture them. We had some events in COVID pandemic, and we had to face issues in the Northeast, in Manaus, and for this reason, since we have our production sites in Manaus, in Belém, in Fortaleza, in Recife, and Salvador, and with that we had the ability to supply all the gas required to treat those patients. So this was totally different from normal environment, and we always emphasize that with all that we could structure ourselves and deliver everything that was needed in these tough times. And we had our team and the front line working as well as closing some areas, but we had many people working in the front line in order to supply our products and also to achieve our role in the society. And this independence is key when it comes to healthcare. We have the second perspective that I mentioned, which is the medical industry itself. And we know that we have the public healthcare system, which is well established, and that's a development that needs to happen, and it has a high institutional demand in a way. So I believe this should be a reality in all aspects. We cannot have something as sophisticated as SUS. We have demand, we have labor, we have technology, and we were facing cases where there was shortage of masks, gloves, ethanol. So this is not reasonable. We need to have a better understanding because we have orthotic productions, ventilators that were manufactured here. So there is no reason to achieve a level in which we were not able to provide all types of healthcare services required by the medical field in the country. And this necessarily requires a plan, a project in place to face the new challenges in the future in a way to be better serving and supplying the vaccination program. And we will not only need the vaccines, we will need needles, we will need some national manufacturing sites because we have demand in the country. And we need to control all that. We need to be attentive to what's going to happen next, and we need to be able to provide the vaccination program and the population, and that's the strategic positioning we need to search for in the future. That was my presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to our chairman. Rodrigo, could you explain specifically how we could be able to evolve in recovering this market that we lost? Thank you. And initially, I would like to thank you for this invitation. I would like to say it's an honor to be attending this event. I would like to greet the governor and Gilney and the audience. And following the same perspective that Gilney mentioned, I believe the pandemic opened up the need of this healthcare complex industry in place. In a tragic way, it showed the level of dependence of our country, and this was well reported by the media. The ventilators example, maybe that was the one that gained highlights in terms of medical devices, but if we think about the ventilators, more than 60% of the ventilators manufactured or in currently used in the country are imported. And many of the components that are used in local ventilators manufacturing are also imported. So the entire ventilator supply chain, approximately 80% of it, is formed by imported components. But we also have drugs with a high level of dependence on imported products. Personal protective equipment, we had a drama, more than 85% of the personal protective equipment being imported, such as the masks. Something that I would like to rectify, and what Junei mentioned, is our role as players, because we have Abenal, a German company established in Brazil. We operate 3 factories in Rio de Janeiro, but we also work in other regions. And we have a pharmaceutical company, so B. Brown also manufacture devices, medical devices, infusion devices, other devices, as well as an electrical medical devices site. We suffered a lot during this current pandemic in order to be able to get the electronic components and raw materials to keep our manufacturing production operating, but we could overcome many of the challenges. We were able to supply the market, and I believe it's worth thinking about something that I faced over the last months in the company. B. Brown in Brazil is a leader in automatic infusion systems, which are the infusion pumps. We have a major center of manufacturing those pumps, and we had this rupture in international supply chains of some of the pumps that are imported and currently used in Brazil. And we faced and are still facing some effects of how difficult it is to import components, spare parts of those pumps, because in the origin of this manufacturing of these pumps, there was a peak, and consequently they did not installed capacity to meet the demand in all other places. We could help a lot to the healthcare market in Brazil, thanks to the local production site we have in place, and also be able to conclude the manufacturing of imported devices. We have national developed pumps. I was part of this project, and I saw during this development how it involves the university and other stakeholders in the supply chain at the industry level, and that's what we mean at the end of the day of this healthcare industrial complex or center. And we have this type, if we haven't had this type of investment in this site in Brazil, we could have a disruption in supply in the market pump in Brazil, and probably would have a more complex situation. B. Brown also imports some pieces of equipment, and I believe many professionals that are now watching us could notice on dialysis market, we did not have machines available for acute patients, healthcare, critical patients. It was really difficult to supply the market. We are still facing these difficulties, but crisis also raised some opportunities. The need of alcohol here in Brazil developed the ethanol and alcohol manufacturing industry in Brazil. So we had some efforts in this sense, and today we can supply the market with this type of development. And I believe this is an example on how this healthcare industrial center is important, because that's the key element and is part of the solution of an issue which is a critical issue in our economics. The industries connected to this healthcare industrial center employs more than 140,000 employees directly. In other words, it's possible within a certain rationale to develop technology and generate opportunities and development for Brazil in order to collaborate in achieving success in this crisis. I believe the healthcare industry changes rapidly, adds new technology rapidly, and if you take into account the current industries, which are the leading of the 4.0 industries in the healthcare industries, are the leaders in this field. If you clearly analyze how is it possible to have such industries being a vehicle for transforming the research conducted at the academia in products? And we had some examples that were reported during this pandemic. And answering your question, I believe the state level needs to wake up and align itself and be the key player in these initiatives. Because we do not mean a policy that needs to be provided for a given sector or an industry, but when we listen to some professors, as Professor Gadelias from Fiocruz, knowledgeable speaker in this field, and it requires proper engagement, involvement, so the installed industries will feel the trustworthiness to invest in such conditions and making it happen, because I believe that's the only way we'll be able to supply solutions for the private market as well as for the public healthcare market or system. And since that's a global and universal healthcare system, it cannot be ensured by an entire supply chain that will provide the way for supplying such services. So I believe this should be included in the public healthcare system expenditure, and as well as be a mechanism to help us to face the crisis. And I believe on our side, it's possible. In our industry, we will continue investing. We have some future plans in enlarging the operations here in Brazil, but it all needs to be funded, and we could not have separate agenda. And we have some examples. An agenda of surveillance, healthcare surveillance, which does not match with the pricing control agenda. So how can you encourage one thing if these two fields are not matching? The state should be the key manager and player involving the academia and all the authoritative levels, so these developments can happen in the future. And to conclude, I would like to say that this industrial healthcare system will not exist without the healthcare staff and professionals, because these are the key link in this process, and the level of commitment that we had during the pandemic was fantastic, and I would like to commend all healthcare providers and for their service provided. And that was my perspective for today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Gilney and Rodrigo emphasize a consensus that we have here in Brazil. The importance of having a health complex that meets some of the demands of the health system. However, especially in recent years, doing it has taken us to some good examples and some bad examples. Why do I say that? This articulation has just served to offer advantage to companies, including increase of price to healthcare system, without having any strategic reason for it. So the very objective question that I have, and I expect you to have an objective answer as well, is how can we really nationalize production without taking us to mistakes and even scandals, political scams, as we had seen in the past? Junei?
Infelizmente existe uma questão, de verdade, enraizada nesse
You are
país,
right.
onde sempre
In Brazil, we tend to have this attempt of always trying to get an advantage, regardless of what we do. But at the same time, I think we have evolved a lot as a result of the car wash anti-corruption operation, and things are getting better to some extent. For example, the social organizations for health, which are a good idea, have really been translated into something much more complex, which is sad, I have to say. But we shouldn't allow to happen with health what has happened to the industry as a whole. 20 years ago, we used to have 30% participation or share of the GDP of industry. Today, it's only 11%. And why is that? We are not a country of 10 million people or 20 million people. We have 220 million people. There is a demand. If we have a sophisticated universal system that intends to take care of people, this is where the demand comes from. We just have to have constant, stable flow to health, which is applied conveniently, involving also fiscalization and other players. So if we have a demand, if we have consistent flow, development should be maintained and even improved. This is what I thought.
Rodrigo, como estimular sem estabelecer proteções inconvenientes?
How can we do it without putting in place inconvenient protection? Very good point. The difference between a drug and venom is the dose. What you are saying is really important. In my opinion, I believe in the action of the government and also always encouraging dialogue, conversation. There is a risk, it's a given. But the government has to avoid excessive actions. But I don't think we should prevent movements and actions and initiatives which can be very successful to the country if we have good control over them. We work very closely with the regulatory authorities and we see how well prepared they are. Information is, it's much easier to understand what happens in the international scenario, practices, prices, interests. And within a concept of dialogue and understanding, we can have it all articulated and provide benefits. If we limit this kind of action, we are getting nowhere. Within the next 10 years, we'll be here discussing the same thing without really succeeding in solving it. I think we have really to encourage development. This should be the agenda of development. And this industry is an excellent driver for it. Another interesting question, and I think it would be good to hear your experience on it, is the following. A health industrial complex, in my opinion, should be autonomous in Brazil, not in what already has been dominated. I mean, it would be of no avail producing facial masks. Yes, there is a market need, but it does not have help in terms of scientific and technological development. So how can we encourage partnerships and always focusing on generating new things and not reproducing old stuff? If we are just willing to manufacture what has already been in place, every 5 years we'll go outdated. How can we be part of the new elements rather than just keep on reproducing what has already been done? Very good point. I think we have to think systemically, understanding that the university can be an element to lead research. There might be partnership between university and industry to encourage that. And you are right, it's not only reproducing technologically simple products. We have to move ahead in terms of technological development. And I think that if we see all players, not in isolation, we'll be able to develop that. It's not an encouragement that we need, I think. What we need is organized management, a project of what we want to do that has a financial flow in health system which is consistent and constant. By doing that, we can do anything. We have technology, qualified headcount. I mean, it can happen if we have a plan, stability. Whenever there is consistency and knowledge, things are going to happen. Couldn't agree more. Well, I was told the only thing I have now time to say is thank you. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Limpeza, estacionamento e nutrição. São serviços que realmente não estão no foco de um gestor de um hospital. Então eu decidi que eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí que foi a opção pela Sodexo.
É muito mais tranquilo que uma única empresa entenda a demanda do hospital, né? Então a sinergia entre a hotelaria, entre a parte de alimentação, a parte de higienização, traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital. A comunicação entre os serviços fica muito mais ágil, né? O padrão de qualidade fica mais uniforme. E foi por isso que a gente acabou, entre várias avaliações, optando por ter a Sodexo conosco.
A gente optou por esse modelo porque nunca aconteceu, nem com os pacientes, nem no lanche noturno dos funcionários e nem no restaurante dos médicos, algum problema da alimentação causar algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é o maior orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Inovação, tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso diferencial no mercado. Nós juntamos todas essas práticas e trazemos para o cliente realmente um serviço de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós pegamos desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída. Nós conseguimos acompanhar esse paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com expertise. Foi um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo para com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo tem sido a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, se adaptar e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recomendar a Sodexo para outros hospitais.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por momento de transformação
Peter,
digital,
can you hear me?
novas tecnologias.
Good morning.
E a gente discute muito isso.
We are just testing the translation, just to make sure you can hear us from the booth.
E é sim, mas desde que seja
We are going to be live in a few minutes, but we are just making sure that you can hear us. Americo is speaking to you. Americo is the director of the event. So we are just testing to make sure that you can hear us all right. Because while they are speaking in Portuguese, we are going to interpret back to you into English.
Mais justa, mais democrática. Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal.
Right now, you probably can see our sponsors just during the break, and we are just waiting for the other participants to join the room so that we can test everyone together. Okay?
Fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo.
You can see, if you use the mouse, you can see there are different tools, and there you can switch off microphone and camera. Then there are two bars in a rectangle where you can switch off your own camera, because otherwise we're going to see twice, so switch off the image of your camera. But you decide whatever you want. But please do not switch off the camera during the transmission. They have a setup here, a presentation, so everyone will see you constantly.
De suma importância na agenda do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Ele tem como propósito, é uma frase que o Josier utiliza com muita frequência e que eu acabei levando
I'll get back to you as soon as we have the other participants connected, okay? Thank you.
Os dissensos para construir os consensos. Eu acho essa frase muito representativa.
This is a fantastic event with industry captains as well as startups and healthcare professionals.
Let me ask you something. How is your camera? Is it a automated camera, something special there?
And make their life better, improve their quality of life, which is what we are all about at Sodexo. So this is truly something that jives with our values and our mission, and hence it becomes so special for us.
Foi uma tarde realmente para mim memorável, inesquecível. Eu estava muito nervoso porque eu sabia que a plateia é muito seleta. Então eu fiquei, uma mulher estava na plateia, um amigo também, e aí disseram que eu estava muito nervoso com isso. Mas eu relaxei no final e eu terminei dizendo, olha, você pode não ter gostado, mas eu adorei falar com ele. Foi uma coisa tão calorosa, foi uma troca tão simpática. Eu realmente uma tarde, não é demagogia, não, é inesquecível para mim.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome.
Peter,
são
please.
As discussões que estão acontecendo
I have
hoje
one question.
são discussões que irão contribuir
because I have an audiovisual operation here. Do you have an automated camera? Is it a PTZ camera? I can see you control it with your remote, just out of curiosity, you see? From gig to gig.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos.
Great. I was just curious to see because I saw it kind of moving robotically, and your image is great. Thank you. Ari here is now he's connected. Ari is going to speak Portuguese all the time, and then we are going to to translate, and he's going to listen to the translation as well. Okay? É que eu não tô ouvindo, eu não tô ouvindo eles, eu tô ouvindo o som muito alto da transmissão, tá? Se você puder tirar a transmissão ou o som principal do intervalo, porque senão é coisa demais na minha cabeça. Eu só ouço o Américo, eu não ouço eles falando agora. Obrigada.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à Fena Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde.
Não, nós não escutamos nada, Américo, a gente só ouve...
Certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos. E somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica
nem o que tá no
e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS. Ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso urgentemente o aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos
Hi, Nelson. Good to have you here. I think Nelson Paz has just got connected. We are going to speak Portuguese, and then it's going to be translated into English. You see, if we try to speak in any other language, the system won't work. That's good. Maybe I'll start speaking French. How does it sound? I just wanted to speak Spanish and Deutsch. And, Reed does speak Sweden, right, after all. And you see here, I'm just speaking to you so that you can hear, just out of my mind. I'm sorry.
Investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções. Tá dando eco danado aí quando fala, viu?
Whenever we speak, we can hear ourselves some echo. I don't know if all the microphones are on, and maybe that's why. It's always good. I cannot see you on the screen. This is a translated speaking, so I don't know if you have a headset or not. If you do not have a headset, it's good always to switch off your microphone when you are not speaking. Otherwise, there is a loop of the sound you listen, but only if you are not wearing a headset.
Viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais.
Now let's try to do the other way round. Can you please now speak, Peter, a little bit so that we can hear you and translate into Portuguese?
Para o maior número de brasileiros.
Yeah, I can hear you quite well. I'm in Stockholm. It's late afternoon here, so I guess it's more boa tarde than bom dia. The connection seems to be working fine, and we're all set.
Então eu decidi que eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí foi a opção pela Sodexo.
Tá ok. Então, nós não vamos ouvir o Peter em inglês. Vamos ouvir só a tradução.
Just to make sure that we are not going to listen Peter in English. We'll have to listen to the translated audio.
Traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital.
Not a good setup, I have to be honest with you.
Fica muito mais ágil.
Hope nobody can hear me, but still.
Depois que a gente acabou, entre várias avaliações, optamos por ter a solução conosco. A gente optou por isso.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up a bit of the Portuguese, but I entendo pouco. I understand some, but not very good. So I'm very happy for the translation.
Da alimentação causar algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é o maior orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Inovação, tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso
diferencial. Eu não ouvi o que você falou, porque entrou a tradutora no meio.
Que realmente um serviço de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós pegamos desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída. Nós conseguimos acompanhar esse paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com expertise. Foi um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo para com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo tem sido a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, se adaptar e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recomendar a Sodexo para outros hospitais.
Eu estava perguntando ao Nelson como que ele gostaria que eu apresentasse. Eu
A
tenho
maior
aqui a
rede
minha
própria
forma
de
de
hospitais
apresentar,
e clínicas do
mas vocês
Rio
têm
e Grande
alguma
Rio.
preferência?
Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
Já que eu não consigo.
Tudo bem. Boa tarde, tudo bem? Você já está com a imagem funcionando? Você quer que eu deite? Vocês desculpam que eu estou aqui, a gente está aqui, vocês estão um pouco fora desse assunto, mas a gente está no final da eleição municipal. Não estou me deslocando aqui, parei aqui para a gente... Não,
tudo bem,
Luizinho. Ministro, tudo bem?
Tudo bem?
Luizinho.
Elections for mayor. This is also State Representative Luizinho. He's been kind of busy
só porque eu queria me conectar. Eu vou colocar ele
because next weekend we are going to have elections for mayor and also for city.
Eu queria, como eu sou fraco de conexão, eu queria conectar com vocês, já vou desligar aqui a câmera e vou entrar, tá bom?
Yeah. In my talk, I use a couple of words that maybe
mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças.
Exatamente. Nas décadas de 80 e de 90, seguiu o modelo das reformas voltadas
In
para
the 80s,
eficiência, efetividade,
we started
equilíbrio
following the
econômico
models
e
of
qualidade
economic
da
balance, quality, and attention. Now, with digital health, Sweden has been investing in organizational models, infrastructure, and human resources so that they can have tools that provide expansion of health and access to the whole population. The CEO of the first Swedish hospital to be privatized, Peter Helm, will be with us today, and he's going to talk about the governance model of health in Sweden. In addition, we have Ari Ribeiro, CEO of Hospital Sabará. As a moderator, we have Nelson Teich, former Ministry of Health, and Federal Representative Congressman Luizinho from Rio de Janeiro. So the room is Sim Saúde, Health in Sweden and its governance model. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you. I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee, the organizing of Digital FIS, my dear friend Josie Avila. And let me reinforce the importance of this event where we bring together ideas, all of us contributing to the development and improvement of healthcare system in Brazil. The topic we are going to discuss today, as we've heard from the opening remarks, is healthcare in Sweden and some aspects of management and governance. What we are going to address, in addition to a general understanding of healthcare in Sweden, are some specific aspects of an experience which I think is quite interesting: public-private relationship in Sweden. To do that, we have the pleasure to welcome today Peter Helm. He is a physician from Karolinska Institute. He had his very robust medical scientific training by Institute Karolinska. Peter has a very interesting PhD. This is about pulmonary circulation and vasoconstriction and an endothelin role. Peter is a chest surgeon, cardiac and chest surgeon, and we worked together in the 90s, which was my pleasure. And after a fantastic medical scientific career with the medical hospital and the University Hospital of Uppsala, and also in Australia, Peter changed and started working in management. Since 2010, he started his training in management, and for the past 5 years, he joined the largest organization of service provision in Sweden, which is CAP. And recently, he took over the role of CEO of Saint-Gorin Hospital. And Peter has a very interesting experience to share with us of managing a hospital, which was the first hospital in the 90s to join this new kind of service provision, which was a public funding provided services through a private entity. And here we also have the great pleasure of welcoming Nelson Teich, former Ministry of Health, a brilliant oncologist, also a very successful entrepreneur, someone who has very broad mind and ideas about how healthcare systems should progress and develop. And I'm sure Nelson is going to bring very interesting inputs thanks to his great experience. But finally, but not least important, Luizinho. Luizinho is an orthopedic surgeon by training. He has great experience in health management because he was health secretary of the Department of Health in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And currently he's a congressman in Brazil, and he always brings positive aspects to the agenda of health in Brazil. So I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting panel. So we are going to do the following. Peter is going to just start by sharing his thoughts at about 20 something minutes, giving us a general overview of healthcare in Sweden and also the public-private relationship in Sweden. And then we are going to open for comments by our two guests. So if they could maybe stick to 5-10 minute comments so that we can open for questions and for further interaction. And questions can always be sent to us through WhatsApp. And by doing that, we are going to stick to our time. So, Peter, back to you, please.
Thank you, Ari, and thank you for the organizers to have this opportunity to talk a bit about the Swedish model, and always good to see you again, Ari. Well, I'd like to start with some facts on the country. Sweden has a population of 10 million, and it is not densely populated. The standard of living is good. We rank around number 15 of the world's countries in GDP per capita. A rough measure on health status could be average life expectancy, which is roughly 82.5 years. Another measure is infant mortality, which is down to 2.5 per 1,000 births, and that's one of the lowest in the world. To evaluate healthcare, there are different healthcare rankings, where Sweden comes out as around number 15 among the world countries. Now, what about governance? Swedish healthcare is organized in a decentralized way. 21 regions are responsible for the healthcare at hospitals and local health centers, whereas 290 municipalities are responsible for elderly care and social assistance. For example, Stockholm and neighboring suburbs are smaller cities. It constitutes one region. In that region, there are 26 municipalities. The central government, or the Swedish national state, is to establish principles and guidelines for healthcare, but the execution or provision of the care is made by the regions. Thus, we have 3 levels of decision-making assemblies that are all governed by politicians elected every 4th year. One moment. Swedish policy states that every region must provide residents with good quality health and medical care and work to promote good health for the entire population. A very strong policy intention is to have equal access to healthcare for all citizens. Now, looking at finance, Sweden has overall high taxes. We are among the top 5 countries in the world when it comes to taxation. Considerable part of this is allocated to healthcare. We spend around 11% of GDP on healthcare, which is roughly 2.1 percentage points higher than the OECD average. Almost all of these 11% is collected by the regions through taxes. The central government has an impact on financing also, since there's a redistribution system where money from wealthy regions, notably the capital region of Stockholm, is allocated to other less wealthy regions. The central government can also finance the regions in certain health policy areas, such as reducing waiting lists. However, most of the financing is by regional taxation. Now, looking at organization or delivering the care, that's up to the regions. So they can provide the care using their own organization, hospitals, etc. This is by far the most common way of providing care. 85% of the care in the country is provided by the regions themselves. They run university hospitals, they run tertiary and secondary care, like local and regional hospitals, and most of the primary care. However, the regions can also use subcontractors such as private healthcare companies or non-profit actors. The private sector runs roughly 15% of the total healthcare. The private sector share is lower in specialized medicine, where it's around 8%, but higher in primary care, where it is 40%. When a region wants to outsource care to the private sector, they can use two types of deals with the private providers. One is care contract, where there is a bidding process for the care contract, which is defined in what type of care, the length, and the volume in the contract. Private companies can then compete for the contract, and one winner is then assigned the mission or the care. The contract for my hospital, Capio St. Goran, is the largest single contract in the country. We are the only private provider running a tertiary emergency hospitals. The other type of deal is called care choice, where the regions define the medical area and certain criteria a provider must meet to deliver the care. Price is also given by the region. If a private enterprise or private company meet these criteria, they are authorized and can start recruiting patients. Care choice is meant to give patients a choice between caregivers and hospitals, and for the private providers to have reasonably long-term stable market conditions. It's up to the region to decide if they want to subcontract care using care contracts or care choice. However, primary care is an exception, since there's a nationwide care choice decided by the central government. That could in part explain that the share of private providers, 40%, is much higher in primary care compared to other medical fields. The overall structure of the healthcare has a history of being oriented around hospitals. I think this is partly explained by the politics in the 1960s and 70s that made local GPs, general practitioners, that used to be independent practitioners to instead become employed doctors in the hospitals. The overall trend of shifting inpatient to outpatient care has resulted in a clear reduction in the number of hospitals bed, now down to 2.2 per 1,000 inhabitants, one of the world's lowest. For example, most of the mental care is now in an outpatient setting. There's also a clear ambition by the central government and regions to expand the primary care. Most of the primary care is done in GP stations, where a group of employed practitioners provide primary care for the population. They are financed from the regions by a mixture of pay per service, doctor's visit, and etc., and capitation pay. The trend is clearly towards more capitation pay, where a patient can choose their GP station that is then being paid a yearly capitation sum by the region. That part of the reimbursement is the same, regardless of how many visits the patient has, and is aimed to promote prevention and maintaining health. Now, if I may, some reflection on how all this works. Being a country with a high standard of living and with an ambitious welfare state, our healthcare is performing reasonably well. However, like all care models, we have some problem areas. One is accessibility. Waiting lists can be long in many areas. That goes for specialized medicine, for example, planned surgery, but also sometimes to get an appointment with your local GP. I think part of that problem is because productivity could be higher. I mentioned that we score around place 15 in overall healthcare rankings, but in terms of efficacy, we score lower, around number 25. a Swedish doctor sees on average fewer patients than in most countries. And one explanation to this could be low incentives for doctors that are mostly employed by the regions. Another explanation is low competition, where the regions not only pay for most of the care, but also provide the care by their own organizations, hospital, etc. So I think that the growth of the private sector is a result of the effort to increase competition and productivity. The private sector has grown faster than the public sector the last 7 years. Private care that is financed by the region has been promoted by the conservative and the center political parties. However, also the social democrats have accepted large parts of the private sector, although they remain more skeptical. Social democrats also seem to use care contract where the region has more control over the time period and overall cost. The center and conservative parties prefers to care choice, which can be used for longer periods and encourages patients' own choice. Care choice is proven to be an efficient way to expand capacity and reduce waiting lists. Another problem is continuity. When I worked in Australia, my experience was that doctors in a consultant-based system were very much identified as the decision maker by the patient and the system. In Sweden, there's more of a team approach, where the department has a more or less collective responsibility for the patient. Also, the GP's role is weaker in our system. The patient is usually listed to a general practitioner, but as soon as the patient is referred to a specialist, the GP's involvement becomes weaker and patient often experience a lack of coordination of the complete care. As many countries who also struggle with how a health care system can renew itself. We have an aging population and there are challenges in sustaining healthcare costs and still providing a service. Of the many trends affecting healthcare, the system has been successful in some areas. Expensive inpatient care has been transformed to less expensive outpatient care. Also, length of stay in hospital has been successfully shortened. The rapid increase in cost for pharmaceuticals has been mitigated by coordinated efforts by the regions. The regions, they have a big negotiation power when it comes to pricing of pharmaceuticals and also medical devices. Overall quality of care has also been improved by the many and comprehensive national registries that covers most of the medical fields. The registers provide feedback to the providers and to the payers on the quality of the care. Our other trends, however, are more problematic to handle. The healthcare system is, as I described, a bit fragmented. This can lead to unnecessary hospital admissions and expensive care. The system's the system's ability to predict and prevent expensive care will probably need to be developed further. A clear trend is also digitalization of healthcare that is affecting us all. Sweden is a fairly internet and tech-savvy country. Digital healthcare by visits to doctor by video or chat has really taken off the last 2 years. Some new private companies have gained a strong market position. They use 24/7 access to increase their digital visits and use this to have the patients listed with them. That has had the effect that the existing GP stations that provide physical care has lost patients, and that patients remaining with the physical GP stations are older. Those patients are older and sicker since the digital players seem to attract younger, more healthy individuals. My company, Capio, is aiming to provide both care both digitally and in person at GP stations. And also, if I may like to finish with some personal view on how healthcare possibly could improve. First, I think a separation of the roles of the payer and the provider is essential. The region has tried to do that where one arm of their mission is ordering and paying for their care, whereas other arm is organized in the provision or the execution of the care in hospitals, etc. However, that separation has tended to be weak. Public hospitals that are less efficient and not performing well have not been duly challenged. Second, I believe that an expanded capitation model is attractive. The region can then, as payer, outsource the care to a provider in, for example, an area like a suburb. Payment should be based on capitation, not only for primary care, but also for specialist care. This would give a provider, a private company or a regional provider incentive for preventive care and care at an optimal level, avoiding unnecessary hospital visits. I think there are some interesting examples of this, like the NUCA system in Alaska and also the ChenMed system in Texas. Thirdly, I think it is obvious that the political system should have a big influence on a country's system for healthcare. However, healthcare is like most sectors. In healthcare, it's like most sectors. Planning and stable conditions are good. As a private provider, this is perhaps more important. As a private company, we want to attract investments, etc., to be able to develop the hospitals or the healthcare service. For example, in digital care. For that, we need some sort of stability. Here we have elections every 4th year where the political parties tend to have differing views on which way the sector should go. In a system like ours with the huge dominance not only of public payment but also public provision, political controversy can be a problem. I'm not an expert, but I think that financing through mandatory health insurance, like in the Netherlands, could be an interesting model. Thank you for your attention.
Bom, Peter, muito obrigado pela sua explicação, pela sua explanação. Eu acho que você, no meu entendimento, você abordou todos os pontos,
all the key points which are relevant, both in the overall perspective as well as in specific aspects in the private-public relationship in the healthcare system. And I believe we have interesting elements for the comments from the Minister Taish and then Luizinho. So I would like to give the floor to Minister Taish and Luizinho. Probably they will take 10 to 5 minutes for their remarks. And after that, we will go deeper in some of the questions raised by Peter. And if you do not address that in your remarks, I will address them later on. Thank you. So first, Nelson, you have the floor. Your microphone is not working. Well, first, I would like to thank you, Josier, and the organizing committee for this possibility of speaking in this panel. These discussions are extremely enriching because they highlight the difficulties and drawbacks we have in these systems. When we compare ourselves to Sweden, there is a key difference between both countries. The level of inequality in Brazil is almost twofold higher than Sweden. The per capita GDP of Sweden is infinitely higher than the one of Brazil. The healthcare expenditure is extremely different, $6,000 per capita, whereas in Brazil, in this year with the current fluency, is approximately 600 for the entire policy without splitting from private and public sector. The major comment I have here is that healthcare is not only healthcare itself. It is connected with economic, educational development, inequality, everything that inserts in the reality of a country. But what I would like to stand out in Peter's talk was the difference between having the privatized healthcare system and the private initiative being part of the healthcare system in the country. These are two completely different things, and I believe this should be well defined when we discuss the systems. It's key to have a coordination approach, because when you have this coordinated approach, you'll be able to first design the proper needs and address the needs of the society, and based on that, you will define the required infrastructure in terms of pieces of equipment, human resources, and optimize that. Because when you have a system, when you are not able to define the framework in charge, equipment, people, etc., it will be dealt more as a business than of healthcare. So that's dangerous. This is not a judgment of value, but that's a feature, because we talk a lot about efficiency. But in efficiency, you have a lower level of people doing more. So you have skills for the providers and for the institutions, because they have better performance. And then we achieve to a critical point, in my opinion, which is to map all the service provided. When you do not have data about the people, any type of judgment is not connected to the efficiency and the quality of care. It's more related to a figure and a process of evaluation and assessment than the perception of quality. Because when you ask a person if they think that your system is good, since they do not have enough ability to judge about the delivery, morbidity, mortality rate, and without knowing the indexes and life expectancy, etc., they will judge by their own experience. So we need to differentiate how the system is evaluated by the experience of the patient and the other indexes connected with that, life expectancy, service provided, etc. So without that, you do not have the ability to understand if it's better or not. You have in the oncology system, so you have a special cancer center. If in this center you pay for the service, isolated services, chemotherapy, radiotherapy services provided, if they need to enhance production to survive and there is an arm which provides a higher level of profit, they will focus on chemotherapy. So they will sacrifice surgery, diagnostic, and training, because in the healthcare system, surgery, pieces of equipment, radiotherapy, drugs, rare and ultra-rare diseases, and diagnostic methods, if you do not have a budget and guide the investments for that budget, you have a system that is not managed and is not going to evolve based on what the system is have been delivering to the society. If they are not able to map efficiency, it is uncoordinated and it's not lead properly. So in Brazil, we truly should have a leadership in place, a coordination, and this should be part of the Ministry of Health department, and this should be focused on the mapping of the daily streaming, mapping of the type of diseases, how we can create financial incentives for that. So that's my major concern. So we see innovation happening faster, at a faster pace, more expensive. So if the system does not have the proper leadership and coordination in place to define how it's going to evolve, in countries such as Brazil, with a middle income level of the population and level of inequality such as the one that we have in Brazil, the innovation that accounts it's all true when it is accessed by major part of the society, and you have a major success in the healthcare system, but this is used by only a few share of the Brazilian
society. So we need to address the difficulty to access, and this requires leadership, access, and we need to stop and think how we are going to implement that in Brazil. That was my thoughts. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you very much. You provided a very interesting perspective. You addressed some aspects of difference between Sweden and Brazil, and some aspects that we can discuss further on if we have time in the value delivery role in the entire system itself. And Luizinho, I would like you for 5 to 10 minutes to make some comments, but I would like to encourage you based on the description of Pitt in Sweden and how he described the services there. Do you believe we can enhance and we can improve our current framework in place? Of course, you have a chance to speak about any topic. I was just questioning you specifically about that, but feel free to speak. Your mic is not on, please, he's saying. Turn on your mic. Not on yet. It's still closed. The microphone is not working. We cannot listen to him. Not working.
Nós estamos sem o som do deputado Luizinho. Não, acredito.
Não, não, estou aqui.
Deputado,
Well, we are not able to hear you. We can listen to you. So, can you hear us? Because we will then, while we reconnect with Luizinho and try to capture his sound, his audio, we will continue raising some aspects here. And I would like to take this opportunity while we reconnect with the House of Representatives. Nelson, the minister, he raised a question which is the concept of value delivered to the patient, which is the clinical outcome and the relationship with the required amount of resources to deliver such outcome. How does this agenda works in your hospital and in Sweden as a whole? The agenda of the value delivered for the patient. Peter.
Thank you. I appreciate the remarks. I mean, I've been to Brazil, and it's a beautiful country, but I guess standard of living and inequality is different issues as compared to here in Sweden. As we come from a very government-oriented system, as I try to describe. So the build-up of Swedish healthcare was very much through the public sector. And also, I'd like, I mean, even as a doctor, you have to be humble. Healthcare is just part of health. I mean, sanitary conditions, plumbing, and etc. Housing means of course a lot for any nation. But anyways, we come from a very public-oriented system, and the privatization has been from a fairly high level. And I think in our system, the value for the patient is through more efficient care, and to have bias in the reimbursement or to do the right things. That's of course really important. But I think in that context, our registries and the sort of data-driven evaluation of the care that we provide is really, really important. And I think the digital revolution in general will provide many countries to have access to proper data. How well is the region, public or private provider really performing? And also, as you mentioned, it's really hard for the patient to evaluate the sort of care. There's an information gap between the provider and the patient, but in part, I think that the data could be helpful. And here it's like for me as a private provider, the region is sort of the patient's agent. So the region helps the patient to evaluate, do we do the right thing at my hospital? Do we have the right quality? Do we do the right things? And that is being evaluating using data registries all the time. And that's, I think, a value added to the patient, but also to the whole system.
Muito obrigado, Peter.
Thank you very much, Peter. Now I would like to give the floor to the House of Representatives, Luizinho. And can you hear me? Yes, we are now connected. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. I would like to thank Josiah for his invitation and the chance to participate here with Peter, with the Minister of Nelson Teich, which has skills and competence which are really key for our country. Talking about inequalities between Brazil and Sweden, I would like to highlight that Brazil is evolving inexorably to use, in terms of hospital setting, more private sector services. We have a primary care network which is strengthened by the public healthcare system, but the public accounts makes this private service provision the only way to expand the healthcare system in the country. There is no other way out. We have a gap in the primary healthcare. Although we have the security reform, it shows that both the federal impact at the city and municipality levels is really key, and we need to expand the healthcare systems in order to improve governance and the final outcome for the patients, not only the clinical outcomes, because Brazil faces today a need of good clinical outcomes, but we need also some type of outcome. We have some gaps at the healthcare system in many regions. We have people waiting in a waiting list for 3 to 4 years to simple surgeries like herniation surgeries and gallbladder surgeries. I worked for many years in this field. In the past, maybe 30 years ago, we had key private service providers, charitable institutions. We had the Santa Casa and we had SUS, connected hospitals, and we had a 4x7 systems, and they would receive the payments directly from the federal government. This system was disrupted, and we have some service rendered that is not connected to the merit of the service provided itself. The pricing of the public healthcare system is very low, and depending on the high complexity and middle complexity, this payment is not made by service itself. So we do not have another way out unless we expand the private service provided in healthcare system. and we had the service rendered by social associations and the public healthcare services. We have good models in place, but most of them have a lot of issues. I have been advocating that even the public healthcare hospitals could be managed by private companies with consolidated profit and the amount of the agreement at the end of the day. So we cannot live under the scope of social associations that are disguised as a private group. So the bad healthcare available and the level of procedures delivered is lower than the private hospital setting. So the unit service provided is lower than in the other private hospitals. Per surgery, per patient for clinical outcome, we pay more in the highest cost hospital here in Rio de Janeiro and with the public healthcare system level. So there is a major difference between Sweden and Brazil, but we need to have a different perspective towards the private rendering system, and we can understand that better and be able to measure properly. The Ministry of Health could understand the metrics of the quality of service. Since you have a very poor clinical outcome, we pay very low for that. But if it is not good, you pay more for a hospital stay and ICU, improper performed surgery for unskilled professionals. So Brazil has issues of skills, and also we do not have proper procedures established. We do not understand the roles of the state level, of the municipalities level, and we do not have implemented a hierarchical system for services provided. We could see that the waiting lists that they are available in Sweden, and it's not different from what we have here in Brazil. We have a waiting list, but the waiting list here, the patient here, has a higher level of anxiety because they can have a drug treatment that is very expensive and is not covered. But in the Sweden service, they find a solution, which is the private services provided at the public level. And so when they have a bid, they can analyze that properly and render the service, because the way we are providing services here in Brazil, basically in the moment we have a specialized care, we require special testing, high complexity tests in the middle term, and that's a major bottleneck. So we have some quality, but in high complex services provided, we have a true bottleneck here. And we have differences in Brazil, between Brazil and Sweden in this sense, and they are huge.
Thank you very much for your explanation. And it's very good to hear what you have been advocating in the Congress, how to act so that we can provide better access. This is something absolutely essential. I think we have to discuss less who is going to provide service and discuss more how people can have access and what is ultimately delivered once access is granted. We have about 8 minutes, and I would like to start by giving the floor back to Dr. Taish to tell us what is the key message, the main take-home message in terms of what we've heard, because this is the purpose of this conference, isn't it? Talking about improvement to our healthcare system. Sorry, cannot hear you. Well, I would like to thank Congressman Luisinho for his kind remarks. Some regulations that can be enforceable, that can be practical to the society. Because sometimes when you design and you think something in paper, paper takes it all. It sounds perfect. But our main barrier is how to enforce it, execute it. And I think one of the main barriers is funding. Things are not either good or bad. They are well used or not well used. So it doesn't matter if it's a private or public provider. We just need a good one, an efficient one. But we need a centralized coordination. This is something we have to improve. But our main concern and consideration is how can we pay back private entity? Maybe we should have fewer to provide better compensation. And let me share with you some numbers comparing to Sweden. Sweden, without, of course, checking the update, it spends $6,000 per person per year to spend in terms of healthcare. In the Brazilian healthcare system, we spend $400 to spend per person per year, considering federal, state, and local government. So in our situation, in our level of efficiency, of how we allocate resources, how we define financial incentives, and how we control appropriately service provision to make sure that they deliver good services of quality. We have to have better monitoring systems. And this is a journey, isn't it? Our Congressman Luisinho is someone who is going to focus on it, and people such as him are essential to ensure our progression and our improvement. But you see, these are all key points. So funding and control and management. But of course, we have more complicated financial situation. Being a mid-sized country, and our fundings are much more limited. Congress Luisinho, I would like to ask you just to close your, just draw your conclusions for 2 minutes before we can hand it over back to Peter. So what was the key message? What is useful as take-home message for your discussions in the Congress for improvement of the Brazilian healthcare system? Well, Ari, based on Peter's presentation to us, first we heard the difficulty of continuity and all the political changes that impact that continuity, something we experience in Brazil as well. I don't think we should vote autonomy of the central bank in Brazil, but rather autonomy of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, because only if we had autonomy and continuity policies, we would be able to deliver things. Because I'd rather have a Ministry of Health being able to provide long-term public policies than Brazilian Central Bank. I don't care about the central bank. There is nothing new to invent. Everybody knows what to do about economy. But in health and education, we need that continuity to really develop appropriate training and deliver results. This is why I advocate for autonomy of the Ministry of Health and Education. Another difficulty that we see, another thing that, I'm back here. Another thing that I observe in Brazil is the quality of our spending, so to speak. Of the $400 that we have per capita, we are spending over $200 just with red tape. Just red tape. Red tape is sucking up the money of health. So because of bureaucracy, our patients are not better treated. less than half of these expenditures is getting effectively to healthcare provision. And this is why I think it's important to be part of this discussion, why it's important to talk about new models of governance. This is why it's important to have a stronger action of the private sector. I think we have to reduce bureaucracy of health, delivering better care. I say when I was a state secretary of health, it was a city of 900,000 inhabitants. When I got to a station, for example, a healthcare center, there was AC and there was a telephone working fine in the office of the director, never in the doctor's office. And I don't care about the director's office. I care for the appropriate care delivered to the people. And this is why listening to Peter and the importance of having private, effective provision of care in the country. It's not going to be fast, but we need long-term effect. And I'm sorry if I was not very technologically savvy here. No, it was fine. We could follow you perfectly. Thank you. Now, Peter, I would like to give you some more minutes for your closing remarks before I close. So now back to you, and I hope this opportunity of exchange of opinions and listening to very important players in Brazil in terms of solutions and recommendations has also been useful for your own journey and experience. So your final considerations, please.
Absolutely, a lot of good remarks and also a very prominent panel. I'm learning a lot. I think a pragmatic approach is really, really good. Healthcare policies tend to have a left side or right side, conservative side. A pragmatic approach is I think it's beneficial for the sector, and also to lay out the framework, the ruling. One example is we have care at 3 levels, as I described, or 3 decision levels. Most of the regions, the municipalities, they have nursing homes, but they are not allowed to employ doctors. So the regions, they have more or less a monopoly of the doctors in the public sector. And that's a sort of a clear-cut division of who takes care of what, which I think has been good. Also, the market. I'm a big representative for a big company, comparatively big company in Sweden, but I think bigger players seems to be more stable. I think the misuse of the system we have had here in Sweden has been very much attributed to the smaller players, and all you touch upon the data-driven decision making to have the a clear base for how is the quality of care delivered. And I think that in many countries that will be more easy in the future with the digitalization coming in. So yeah, that was what I picked up from the discussion.
Thank you very much. With that, let me once again thank you for your time and for your generosity to share with us your experience. Of course, we could go on and on discussing for a long time, but we had a definite time slot. I would like to thank former Minister Nelson Chai for his generosity and time, for coming and sharing with us all his vision, and also Congressman Luizinho, someone who has been a role model, someone who is absolutely instrumental in our Congress, someone who is really helping us improve the healthcare system. And once again, let me greet and thank the organizing committee for opening this opportunity, discussing this possibility based on a new model which is not, of course, immediately reproducible in Brazil, but its experience and its ideas can definitely be adapted. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day and enjoy the event. Thank you. Thank you.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas? Como conversar em mais pessoas? É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASC. A resposta é saúde.
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
Transformamos a saúde das pessoas por meio de conexões inteligentes para a saúde. Somos a maior empresa de medicina diagnóstica do Brasil e da América Latina. E temos orgulho de ser uma empresa feita por médicos, que tem em sua essência a excelência em saúde e investe em tecnologia para o avanço da medicina. Tudo isso para cuidar melhor do paciente que confia na gente e é a nossa razão de existir. Porque onde há vida, é nossa missão estar presente.
Ninguém é capaz de mudar o tempo,
mas ele pode transformar você. Faz quase 100 anos que o Fleury evolui. Durante esse tempo, muita coisa mudou. O que não muda nunca é que estamos aqui para você se sentir sempre em casa. Porque cuidado gera confiança e nada é mais valioso do que isso. Fleury, a gente cuida, você confia.
Olá, o IBKL é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Mediflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
Sobre o FIS, é um evento de suma importância na agenda do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Ele tem como propósito, é uma frase que o Josier utiliza com muita frequência e que eu acabei levando-a para o meu dia a dia, obviamente fazendo a citação, que é de qualificar os dissensos para construir os consensos. Eu acho essa frase muito representativa.
This is a fantastic event with industry captains as well as startups and healthcare professionals all coming together to really help individuals all across Brazil and make their life better, improve their quality of life, which is what we are all about at Sodexo. So this is truly something that jives with our values and our mission, and hence it becomes so special for us.
Foi uma tarde realmente, para mim, memorável, inesquecível. Eu estava muito nervoso, porque eu sabia que a plateia é muito seleta. Então eu fiquei, minha mulher estava na ceia, um amigo também, e aí disseram que eu estava muito nervoso por dentro. Mas eu relaxei no final, e eu terminei dizendo, olha, você pode não ter gostado, mas eu adorei falar com ele. Foi uma coisa tão calorosa, foi uma troca tão simpática. E realmente uma tarde não é demagogia, não, é inesquecível para mim.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome. E são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, num mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Olá! Agora falaremos de um tema de extrema importância e nada mais adequado que a nossa apresentadora Pri Buiar para falar sobre isso.
Obrigada, André. Bom, as mulheres estão conquistando cada vez mais espaço no mercado de trabalho e é claro que na saúde não poderia ser diferente, né? Esse ano, pela primeiríssima vez, a iniciativa FIS está reconhecendo mulheres que revolucionaram a área da saúde. O prêmio FIS Mulheres 2020, em sua primeira edição, tem como objetivo reconhecer a luta de grandes mulheres ou de empresas comandadas por mulheres dentro do setor da saúde. Todas elas que tenham trabalhado por uma maior inclusão e igualdade. A empresa ganhadora nessa primeira edição é o laboratório Sabin, fundado por duas grandes mulheres e dirigido por uma grande executiva. Parabéns, Janete Vaz, Sandra Costa e Lídia Abdala, por serem exemplos para todas nós e por esse prêmio tão importante.
É uma alegria enorme hoje estarmos aqui recebendo esse prêmio, o primeiro prêmio FIS Mulheres 2020. Parabéns, Josier, pela inovação, pela crença do valor da mulher neste ecossistema empresarial. Nós temos como propósito inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas, esse é a alma do SEIME, é isso que nós acreditamos e hoje este reconhecimento ele vem exatamente mostrar isso, que valeu a pena acreditar que os nossos valores, os nossos princípios são essenciais e com eles que nós escrevemos esses 36 anos da nossa história, né? E nós temos uma cultura muito forte, sempre valorizando a diversidade e isso certamente fará muita diferença agora para a gente com esse reconhecimento de vocês aqui hoje também. Nós acreditamos no poder da força transformadora do empreendedorismo feminino, dos sonhos que nós podemos e temos o direito de realizar. Nós acreditamos no desenvolvimento econômico da mulher, ela pode sim ser protagonista da sua vida, uma vencedora que leva adiante todos os seus projetos, que busca conhecimento, que corre atrás, que participa de todos os movimentos, tentando fazer cada vez mais o seu papel do empreendedorismo feminino. Chegou a vez das mulheres e nós estamos felizes pelos passos que nós já avançamos, sabemos que temos ainda uma longa jornada pela frente, mas é tempo de comemorarmos as vitórias já recebidas e esta é uma delas, né? Então, gratidão ao FIS pelo Prêmio Mulher 2020. Nós estamos aqui, temos certeza disso, representando a força econômica social das mulheres na saúde. Muito obrigado e muito feliz mais uma vez, muita gratidão por este reconhecimento.
Olá, é um prazer e uma alegria muito grande estar aqui hoje recebendo esse prêmio do FIS. Parabéns à iniciativa FIS pela realização da primeira edição do Prêmio FIS Mulheres. O SEIB é uma empresa que valoriza reconhece, promove as mulheres, uma empresa fundada por 2 mulheres e que tem na sua essência a cultura do respeito, da justiça, da equidade, da promoção de políticas e programas igualitários, olhando para a diversidade e para a inclusão como, de fato, um grande diferencial competitivo para o negócio, para a empresa. As pessoas se sentem valorizadas, respeitadas. Aqui elas podem ser o que elas são, do seu jeito, o seu jeito é o jeito SEIB. E para nós mulheres que muitas vezes queremos estudar, buscar crescimento profissional, carreira, o maior valor do SEIB é podermos estar fazendo isso sem ter que escolher. Aqui nós não precisamos escolher, né, ser esposa, ser mãe, um momento de estudar, de buscar uma promoção, de participar de um processo seletivo. Aqui nós podemos fazer tudo ao mesmo tempo, no tempo que nós queremos e que nós escolhemos. É uma empresa que tem 77% de mulheres, 74% da nossa liderança feminina, enquanto a média no Brasil de lideranças femininas em empresas é de no máximo 40%. E este é o grande referencial do SEIB, em acreditar, valorizar e sobretudo, potencializar as competências e os valores das mulheres, não só na sua vida pessoal, mas também profissional. Receber o Prêmio FIS Mulheres 2020, para nós é uma grande alegria, sobretudo por poder continuar inspirando e sendo exemplo para tantas mulheres executivas, líderes empresariais e mostrando e reafirmando o nosso posicionamento de que a diversidade, a inclusão, o ambiente plural nos fortalece como pessoa, como grupo e como negócio. Muito obrigada.
Olá, pessoal. Eu sou Sandra Costa. E como empreendedoras, nós estamos engajadas em uma missão especial de inspirar e influenciar a sociedade na construção de um contexto empresarial ético que valorize o ser humano e a diversidade. E eu acredito que ter pessoas com experiências e pensamentos distintos é essencial para uma compreensão de cenário mais abrangente, principalmente no aspecto humano, na capacidade da empatia e da escuta. E o protagonismo feminino é um tema que o Grupo SEIB sempre apoiou e que possui práticas empresariais de referência e temos nos dedicado a programas e projetos que criam condições para que as mulheres possam exercer plenamente todos os seus papéis na família, no trabalho, na sociedade e nas empresas. E esse é um dos legados que queremos deixar para o empreendedorismo que busca mais igualdade, principalmente na saúde. E nós estamos muito felizes e orgulhosas de receber o Prêmio FIS Mulheres 2020.
Inovar, acreditar, empreender. Buscar a máxima qualidade em todos os detalhes. É assim que o SEIB cumpre sua missão de oferecer serviços de saúde com excelência, sem abrir mão do atendimento que olha nos olhos. Hoje, o SEIB é uma empresa referência em saúde no Brasil, com reconhecimentos e prêmios que atestam a inovação em pesquisas técnico-científicas e seu modelo de gestão, destacando-se como uma das melhores empresas para se trabalhar no Brasil e na América Latina.
No SEIB, pensar o futuro é um exercício diário. E nós temos muito orgulho da nossa trajetória. Ela foi estruturada na qualidade, na inovação e no desenvolvimento contínuo das nossas pessoas.
Ao longo dos anos, o SEIB levou excelência e seu jeito especial de atender para todas as regiões do país.
Definimos um projeto de crescimento e de expansão ousado, de expansão geográfica para diversas cidades e estados. Hoje estamos em mais de 10 estados no Brasil e o nosso papel é de levar esse serviço de excelência do SEIB para todos os lugares onde nós estamos.
A empresa possui um amplo portfólio de exames laboratoriais e de diagnóstico por imagem, realizados a partir de um rigoroso controle da qualidade, chancelados por programas de acreditação e certificações. Oferece também o serviço de check-up executivo e vacinação.
Nós sempre somos muito otimistas com o Brasil, otimistas com a saúde, otimistas com as empresas. Nós temos uma direção e buscamos os caminhos, né, para conseguir almejar esses nossos objetivos, as nossas ações, os nossos planejamentos. E para isso nós colocamos as pessoas no centro da estratégia da empresa.
Por meio do Instituto Sabin, a empresa investe em diversos projetos de impacto social nas comunidades onde atua. O Grupo Sabin está entre as maiores empresas de medicina diagnóstica do país. Localizada no coração do Brasil, sua sede possui um núcleo técnico operacional referência nacional em automação laboratorial. O Sabin cresceu, se transformou mantendo seus valores. O resultado de tudo isso pode ser visto no sorriso dos colaboradores e na satisfação dos seus clientes. Sabin, medicina diagnóstica.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim, inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa. Sobre o FIS, é um evento de suma importância na agenda do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Ele tem como propósito, é uma frase que o Josier utiliza com muita frequência e que eu acabei levando-a para o meu dia a dia, obviamente fazendo a citação, que é de qualificar os dissensos para construir os consensos. Eu acho essa frase muito representativa.
This is a fantastic event with industry captains as well as startups and healthcare professionals all coming together to really help individuals all across Brazil and make their life better, improve their quality of life, which is what we are all about at Sodexo. So this is truly something that jives with our values and our mission, and hence it becomes so special for us.
Foi uma tarde realmente para mim memorável, inesquecível. Eu estava muito nervoso porque eu sabia que a plateia é muito seleta. Então eu fiquei, uma mulher estava na plateia, um amigo também, e aí disseram que eu estava muito nervoso por isso. Mas eu relaxei no final e eu terminei dizendo, olha, você pode não ter gostado, mas eu adorei falar com ele. Foi uma coisa tão calorosa, foi uma troca tão simpática. Eu realmente uma tarde, não é demagogia, não, é inesquecível para mim.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo...
É uma alegria enorme hoje estarmos aqui recebendo esse prêmio, o primeiro prêmio FIS Mulheres 2020. Parabéns, Josier, pela inovação, pela crença do valor da mulher neste ecossistema empresarial. Nós temos como propósito inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas, esse é a alma do Seiling, é isso que nós acreditamos, e hoje este reconhecimento ele vem exatamente mostrar isso, que valeu a pena acreditar que os nossos valores, os nossos princípios são essenciais e com eles que nós escrevemos esses 36 anos da nossa história, né? E nós temos uma cultura muito forte, sempre valorizando a diversidade, e isso certamente fará muita diferença agora para a gente com esse reconhecimento que fez aqui hoje também. Nós acreditamos no poder da força transformadora do empreendedorismo feminino, dos sonhos que nós podemos e temos o direito de realizar. Nós acreditamos no desenvolvimento econômico da mulher, ela pode sim ser protagonista da sua vida.
They can be the player and the actors of their own life, that thrive with their projects, looking for development, and are part of the key movements trying to make even more their role in this women entrepreneurship. It's our time. We are extremely pleased for every step ahead. We know there is a long journey in the future, but now it's time to celebrate our victories, and this is one of them. So I'd like to thank very much for FIS for this award for Women 2020, and we know for sure that we are representing the strength of the women in the healthcare department. We are extremely pleased for this acknowledgement. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and a major happiness to be here being awarded this award from FIS, and this was the organization of the first award, FIS for Women. Sabin is a company that values, promote women. It was founded by two women and that have in their core the culture of respect, fairness, equality, and organizing equality policies for the company, and that's a key competitive edge for our business, for our company. People feel valued, respected. Here they can be their true selves, and that's the Sabin way of being. And for us women that many times want to educate ourselves, thrive in our career, the key value of our company is to allow us to do that without having to make any choices between being a mother, to study, to get a promotion, or be part of a recruitment process. We can do all at once in the time we choose for that. We have 77% of our employees which are women, against the average of women leadership in the company, which is at most 40%, and that's the key differential of our company. Believe, value, and empower all the skills and values of women, not only in their personal life as well as in their business life. To be awarded the FIS Women 2020 for us was a matter of joy, especially being able to continue as an inspiration and being a role model for many entrepreneurs, especially women, showing our positioning and opinion that diversity and multicultural environment strengthen us as a team, as a group. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Costa. As entrepreneurs, we are committed to a special mission to influence the society, inspire society in building an ethical business environment, valuing human being and diversity. And I believe that having people with expertise and different knowledge is key to have a better understanding of the current scenario, especially when it comes to the human aspects and ability to create rapport and union. So this topic is a topic that was supported by the Sabin Group, and we were a benchmark in this area, and we have been dedicating ourselves to projects that create the proper conditions so women they can have their role entirely in the family level, business level, and society, and at the company level as well. And this is one of the legacies we want to leave for the entrepreneurship industry that is looking for equality, especially in the healthcare industry. We are very pleased and proud of being awarded the FIS Award Women 2020. Innovate, believe, undertake, achieve maximum quality in all details. That's the way Sabin fulfills its mission of supplying excellent health care service, not setting aside the face-to-face experience. We are a benchmark healthcare company in the country, being awarded awards that has the accreditation of scientific and technical researchers and standing out as one of the best companies to work in Brazil and Latin America. To think about the future is our day-to-day approach, and we are very proud of our journey. It was based on equality, innovation, continuous improvement of our employees. Along the years, Sabin provided excellence, special care in all regions in the country. We defined a growth and expansion project which was very bold to several cities and states. We are present in more than 10 states in Brazil. Our role is to share this excellence service to all areas we are at. We have a major portfolio of lab tests, imaging tests organized based on stringent quality control with accreditation and certification programs in place. We also have a vaccination immunization service, and we are extremely optimistic with Brazil, with the company. We have our guidelines and we find ways to achieve our targets and goals. For that, we have the people as the core strategy in the company. Through the Sabin Industries, this company invests in several social projects at their sites, and they are ranked among the best diagnostic labs in the country. They have a technical group, which is a benchmark in lab technical approaches and techniques. It grew, keeping their values, and it can be seen in the smiles of the employees and satisfaction of their clients. Sabin Diagnostic Medicine.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos
Well,
a fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
Sobre o FIS, é um evento de suma importância na agenda do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Ele tem como propósito, é uma frase que o Josier utiliza com muita frequência e que eu acabei levando-a para o meu dia a dia, obviamente fazendo a citação, que é de qualificar os dissensos para construir os consensos. Eu acho essa frase muito representativa.
This is a fantastic event with industry captains as well as startups and healthcare professionals all coming together to really help individuals all across Brazil and make their life better, improve their quality of life, which is what we are all about at Sodexo. So this is truly something that jives with our values and our mission, and hence it becomes so special for us.
Foi uma tarde realmente para mim memorável, inesquecível. Eu estava muito nervoso porque eu sabia que a plateia é muito seleta. Então eu fiquei, a mulher estava na plateia, um amigo também, e aí disseram que eu estava muito nervoso no começo. Mas eu relaxei no final e eu terminei dizendo, vocês podem não ter gostado, mas eu adorei falar com ele. Foi uma coisa tão calorosa, foi uma troca tão simpática. Realmente uma tarde não é demagogia, não, é inesquecível para mim.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Hello, before we start our next panel, I would like to share with you a surprise. We are going to have a raffle of Alexia at 4:30. Everyone who's been online will be part of it. Our next panel, Meg Horsey, consultant of healthcare, is going to talk about the clinical model in the Netherlands. We also have Paulo Chapchap, CEO of Hospital Syro-Libanese, who will be the moderator. Luiz Antonio Santini, physician and researcher at Fiocruz, and Martha Oliveira, with Design and Health and Laços Saúde. In room AstraZeneca, Health in the Netherlands and the clinical care model. Cabine não tá ouvindo, gente. O som não veio para a cabine.
Qual a gente entrega saúde para a sociedade brasileira. Nesse painel hoje comigo aqui, vocês estão vendo o Rio Corsti, que vai nos falar inicialmente durante...
So we have here our guest, Michael Corsti, who is going to speak for about 20 minutes for the
healthcare system. He is Director of Valorant and a very important researcher in healthcare, responsible for great changes of healthcare of the health system in the Netherlands. We also have in this panel Luiz Antônio Santini. He is a professor, a researcher from the Federal University of Rio and also at Fiocruz. Martha Oliveira, the current chairwoman of ANS, and currently working as an executive at Design em Saúde and Laços Saúde. The panel will be comprised of one first presentation by Mikil, and then we are going to hear comments from Santini and Martha, and then we are going to open for a Q&A session. So, Mikil?
Você que vai fazer o upload dos slides ou você
You are going to upload the slides, or the organization is going to upload the slides? Who's going to upload the slides?
Tá. Você tem como fazer também daí, se você quiser.
So you can
Mas
do it from
só
there
pelos
if you want
organizadores que se
to. So I
manifestem se
just
eles vão
would like
fazer
to
esse
ask the
upload,
organizing
ou se nós
committee if they are
vamos
going
fazer
to
a partir
upload
da
the
máquina
slides or
do Miguel.
if we have to do that.
Tem alguém que poderia ajudar nisso?
Can someone help us on that?
Podemos seguir ao próximo.
So then we can go to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Faço parte de
I am part of Valorant, together with my colleagues, Andrea van der Been and Giacomazzi. It's a platform that has the purpose to address the innovation, technology in healthcare in Brazilian and Holland companies as a matter of partnership.
Em 2016 fizemos stakeholder survey.
We had a stakeholder survey conducted for the Dutch government, and we were looking for opportunities of collaboration and partnership between Brazil and the Netherlands in the healthcare and life sciences industry. In this sense, we began to conduct stakeholder qualitative surveys and interviews in Brazil, which represent several healthcare segments in Brazil. Since Holland is a small country, the survey was more around São Paulo, since we have the Great São Paulo, which has more inhabitants than our entire country. So the first aspect was first to understand the needs of this population in our interviews. So we would like to think, what makes you not to sleep during the night as a leader in your field? What is your major headache, your major challenge, and what do you need as a leader to solve this aspect? So this brainstorming shows the key answers. So we focused a lot on how to organize the healthcare system and how the several stakeholders can work together and how they can address the private and public side of the system, how they are able to organize a system that is higher and more comprehensive than its components itself, how to manage the system, and so on and so forth. These were the key answers in this cloud of the interviewed members. And based on that, we are organizing the agenda for today, and now we will address the Netherlands healthcare system. So that's the agenda for today. Can we go one slide more? One key feature of the Netherlands model are the multidisciplinary partnership approach. So we have the Netherlands, and most of the lands are below the sea level. So we had to gain soil from the ocean. So this is the polder model, so to speak. So we achieve that with the mills and with the technological developments dealing with water issues. But in 1953, we had a major flood during a storm, and 2,000 people died. So based on this flood and all the efforts we organized in partnership against the floods from the sea and direct approach towards that, and we also had planning and building of new infrastructure in order to be able to protect the people from the floods. To that moment, all stakeholders, they joined efforts, the government, the companies, as well as the academia, the technology universities, as well as society. This cooperation model between multidisciplinary approach, public and private partnerships, was known as the polder model. Polder model is still being used in the healthcare industry. With some imagination and creativity, this collaboration between all stakeholders and the polder model can be represented such as a diamond, which is the hardest material that enable us to drill even the hardest surfaces in the world. This collaboration between the stakeholders is key in facing the most complex aspects in our society, above all in healthcare industry. I will explain further this polder model, how it is working in the healthcare industry, and now we'll share some aspects about the healthcare system in the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a small country with 70 million inhabitants, so that's a very small country. Brazil is 240 times larger than the Netherlands. We have 7 academic hospitals, 3 universities of endocrinology, and other hospitals. And around the university hospitals, we have companies connected to life sciences and health. In terms of competitiveness, they are highly competitive. We had been ranked in the first level in terms of global competitiveness in Europe. We have more than 1.4 million professionals working in this sector. In rankings, we are placed as one of the largest healthcare systems in Europe. Coming back to the polder model and how it is addressed in the healthcare system. The healthcare system is a public system which is organized between the public and private partnership. And the system is based on the principles of solidarity, access to the quality and feasibility to all. And these are the key aspects: corrective and curing approach, which accounts for 5% in terms of value, the Long-Term Care Act, which is for elderly population and those disabled, and 25% for that, and another layer that provides social support, which is the Social Support Act at the municipality level. The system also contains a mix of general aspects and policies. And we know that as an assured managed competition, so to speak. Since the system was organized in 2006, the government assigned the HMOs the role of the administration of the healthcare center. The HMOs had to inform what were the institutes that they would work and they would buy services from. This new system was introduced due to several reasons. The first one was to create a single system. In the past, we had a public system in place and a private system in place. And this difference for the system that entered in the public system and those that had the private system was based on the income of the patient. I'm having an issue here, but that's okay. At the top of the healthcare system, we have the citizens or the patients that are the people that choose. First, the patient chooses the healthcare plan. All adults in the Netherlands have the healthcare plan that they hire on a yearly basis. So first they choose the healthcare plan, insurance plan. And if the person needs a healthcare provided, they contact a healthcare service and the healthcare plans and the service render or HMOs, they organize the volume, the amounts, and the quality of the services that are going to be provided. So the idea is that the state level is going to decide, both in terms of GHMO and the providers that are going to benefit the citizens to use and choose the best offer. So they need to compete among themselves. And that's a competition-based principle. All plans, all HMOs, they have a risk of having a bankrupt if they do not provide the proper service. The citizens have mandatorily a healthcare insurance plan in place, and they need to go first to a general practitioner in the healthcare system. The GP has a key role because it's the gatekeeper in the system, and they know how to answer the 95%, 97% healthcare that should be provided So they do not need to refer the citizen to a specialty. And this happens only to 3% of the patients. So they provide the guidance in their choices in terms of healthcare. The interaction between the citizens, the HMOs, and the healthcare provision agencies, they have a key role for the government because the government is going to be in charge of the policy, so they are the regulating agencies, the inspectors that will will perform the surveillance of the quality of health for everyone. And the healthcare professional has this transparency tool, which is extremely important. Here you can see a site that shows many of the outcomes to citizens, how the citizens can enter in these sites and can be informed about many of the indexes that address the quality of the HMO service rendered, customer satisfaction level, data on mortality, waiting list time, etc. And the same type of data available between the different healthcare insurance companies. And the system that was introduced in 2006 works very well in this fashion. It has been 10 years since its implementation, and the Netherlands healthcare system moved to a very good position in the European ranking index in the healthcare provided to consumers. That's extremely important because we are ranked in second after Switzerland. And what's extremely important is that the system works very well in terms of the patient's perspective, and this ranking is based in different dimensions between the members and users of the system. At the same time, we have many indications with this type of healthcare system. We can better control costs, quality against the former healthcare system. Next.
There is still the need to rethink our healthcare so that it can become sustainable. There are a number of issues involved: aging population, more chronic diseases, demanding patients, the cost of new technologies, which increases healthcare expenditures. If we don't change this path, if we don't change this increase in healthcare expenditures, which is about 13% of GDP in health, we will inevitably spend nearly 20% of our GDP by 2040, which is twice as much as today. 1 in every 5 euros is going to be spent in health, which is not sustainable. The increase in expenditures result from new technologies, the cost of new technologies, and also due to demographic changes, aging population, and more people with chronic diseases. This is why we have to redirect the curve, maintaining the system much more sustainable. In the previous slide, we saw the increase in health expenditures and the need to rethink innovation and the use of technology in healthcare. We're talking about technological innovation, and we've seen that the cost of new technologies make the system become unfeasible. And this is why we have to resort to low-tech, high-impact or high-touch innovation. Even though innovation has been less frequently addressed, I think it's clear to understand the impact of social innovations on healthcare. For example, prevention. For the past 150 years, we have gained 35 years in life expectancy as a result of prevention actions. During this period, only 5.5 years have resulted, 5.5 years of increased life expectancy resulted from innovative care. Now, speaking about health determinant, 50% of our health is related to quality of the environment where we live and our lifestyle. 30% of our health results from genetics and 20% from the quality of healthcare system and its institutions. We should not only focus on responses to health in the 20% that is related with the healthcare system. There are many possibilities outside the healthcare system to really have an impact on health. And this is why we have to focus on low-tech, high-touch issues. We want low-tech, high-touch innovation in different levels. This is Hospital Beerhoven in the south of the country. And there they realized there was a need to transform the hospital. They were wasting a lot of resources, and they had to reduce the volume of waste by about 12% in 5 years. They had a decreased demand. They need to improve quality and reduce costs at the same time. So what do they do? We cannot implement top-down changes without the involvement of doctors and other healthcare professionals. And this is why they invited everyone. They invited everyone to rethink the organization of care by asking a question which I thought was just so much interesting. What if the patient were your father or your mother? How would you organize the hospital? And this question has really led professionals to rethink the way they work and the way they provided care to patients. They realized that the quality of care is much more important to a patient than it would be to a doctor. And this is how we started looking and considering the issues. As a consequence, Physicians spend much more time in the visit with the patient, being next to them, asking questions, rather than the impact. So really talking about quality of life and what it meant in their life. And sometimes not treating was the best decision for the case.
Também melhoraram muitas ações que aumentaram, fizeram muitas ações que melhorou muito a qualidade.
A number of actions have also improved the quality of hospital services.
Numa vez, os tratamentos deram o resultado desejado.
So treatments end up producing the expected results.
Este hospital foi com esta abordagem realmente exemplo.
This hospital served as a role model to other hospitals that started working in the Netherlands with the same model afterwards.
Olhar para a organização.
Another important look to the organization and to innovation in health is to see things through the eyes of patients, someone who wants to enjoy life, be part of society, and live life fully and healthy. As a Brazilian and Dutch team in 2018, we worked together and contributed with some patients' journey to the White Book of ANAPI, making some proposals about health and the cares for tomorrow. In this journey, we followed someone throughout his or her life, analyzing different perspectives. First of all, the perspective of the person himself or herself. What is important to the person? What does the person do in his or her life? What is required in terms of care? And how does health take place in fact? Secondly, providers explain what they need to provide the best care to empower people. The third perspective is to consider how new technology and innovations can provide to support to health more effective, more convenient care to people. These journeys were illustrated with many examples and some experiences from Brazil and from the Netherlands.
Esta pirâmide, podemos soltar slide? Voltar.
This pyramid here, we can understand all the different components from the micro, medium, and macro level to create a coherent healthcare system, something which is really effective. These are the building blocks, and they represent how we try to create our approaches of health and care in the Netherlands. At the political level in the Netherlands, health and life sciences report to the Ministry of Health, to the Ministry of Sport, responsible for defining the policies of innovation in health and the roadmap 2020-2023. It comprises representatives of what we call quadruple helix: citizens, companies, universities, and the government. They defined a core mission. which is to add at least 5 healthy years more in life expectancy for all population by 2040. At the same time, we reduce inequalities among socially and economically poor and rich groups. And to reach this mission, to deliver this mission, 4 submissions were designed. And that's by 2024, we want to reduce in the Netherlands diseases caused by lifestyle and living environment of people. We want to reduce by 30%. Secondly, comparing to today, we want to increase care in the right place, at home, increasing by 50%. It means treating them outside hospitals, treating them at home with informal care, using the network of support of the people, resorting to telemedicine technique, providing then home care. The third mission is, by 2030, we want to increase the proportion of people with one disability, one condition, one chronic disease. Someone who can actively participate in the city, in its location, resorting to innate talents. Number 4, by 2030, we want to improve people's quality of life with dementia. So, improve quality of life of people with dementia, better saying. These 4 things are fully coordinated and ordinated from the most general to the most specific. And they just get one within the other as they were Matryoshka's dolls, working from inside out. Next slide.
This shows our path towards self-management. So from self-managed to core management, having a change from the institutional level healthcare to a home healthcare system. And if it's required, with a formal support and technologies and special therapy. Next, to address these 4 mission goals, we would have a program to deliver the 4 missions based on several principles. Some of them is to rethink the care of healthcare, which is the care that needs to include the meaning of health. And so it would be the core in terms of improvement of the health itself. We also would have an involvement of the stakeholders in a double helix approach with a higher level of importance for the citizens itself, because we define the programs in a way that is going to be led by demand from society and mainly by the citizens. In order to be able to address the healthcare topics, we need to work together in partnership with other fields. Therefore, the Ministry of Health Department and the Wellbeing and Sports Department, which is the full name of our Ministry of Health, have several crossover with other departments in order to have incentives and drives the quality of the air and decreases pollution, which has a key impact on health of the people. I believe we need to go faster, so we will have time for the discussion. You can continue, otherwise Marta and Santini and the audience cannot ask you questions. Thank you very much, Paulo. Well, what is extremely important is to address in a broader perspective all the healthcare topics. Next, another example is the donut model, which is used to transform the policies in place. So based on this donut model, we try to create a city that prospers in all aspects which are defined by the development goals. Every policy is assessed based on the model. And at the end, we could truly measure through the KPIs the well-being and the health of people. We do that at the regional level, and this image is an example how this tool is used in Handover region. Next. You can skip this one. Next. At the end, I would like to mention this quite interesting example of Buurt's work. Buurt's work was organized in 2016, and then we introduced a new healthcare system. Buurt's work, in fact, was organized with the concerns of the state, with healthcare, and it was occurring in the Netherlands. Many fragmented approaches, and healthcare was more addressed and managed as a factory with supplies and offers such as one size fits all. And so we had a high volume at the state level of services that were supplied with very high level of profit and a lot of lack of satisfaction from both the customer and people that were working in home care, healthcare models. And the founder of Buurt's work began at that moment to introduce a new model in which teams from 12 to 10 nurses meet the requirements in neighborhoods from 5,000 to 10,000 people in this home care healthcare system. And these nurses have a way to address patients in a more holistic approach. So they have a high level of interaction and a holistic approach towards the clients. They provide services. And these teams of nurses, up to 10 and 12 nurses, they do not have managers, they are self-employed, and they do all they can to provide an excellent health care. And this organization applied several concepts that I try to explain in my presentation. And the approach contains several examples of social innovation, and this organization has now 15,000 nurses meeting the needs of healthcare and home care market. So I would like to invite Marta to reflect on this model. It has several perspectives from the Netherlands, and probably she brought this concept to Brazil. So I will conclude with the next slide, and then I'll give the floor to Marta. My final remarks, I believe this replaced and mentions everything I wanted to mention on the path of evolution in health care system. If I is replaced by we, an event will be transformed from illness into wellness. Thank you very much for your presentation, and Marta. In fact, we have more 20 minutes. We have until 3:10. And I would ask Marta and her team to have her remarks in 5 minutes, because we already have some questions, and it would be interesting to meet the needs of the audience and the expectation of our audience. So now, Marta, you have the floor. After that, Santini, and then we will come back to the questions. Well, Paulo, Mejio and Santini, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. I'll try to be very brief because my voice is not okay. I don't know if you understand exactly what I'm talking about, but I'll make my best. I will talk about the Netherlands system is very good for me because I spent some time studying that in my studies, and I was introduced to this model thanks to MAPI, and we had a chance to have a tour there. We visited several hospitals at NAPI, and when I was there, I fell in love with the Buurtzorg model, because think about urbanization. I know we have 3 months here to talk about that, about the private interface, how this is integrated in the perspective of the public healthcare system provided there, the way they do that. There is extremely interesting, the quality competition at stake, and I had a chance to know all those levels, and since I could see this entrance gate, Buurtzorg is that, I fell in love because in fact I was studying the models of elderly patients in Brazil, and I had a Buurtzorg way of having this entrance door and having this home care approach. They have some affirmations and they say some statements which is make it simple. So have a more holistic approach where you are able to manage the patients in a more comprehensive way, integrating technologies and rescuing the care. So I fell in love for that, first for the care system in place, and after that with the management approaches and governance approaches as well, which are quite unique. But why we decided to apply this model here? Because first, I believe we needed this different approach towards the elderly population and how we are growing old, etc. But I also believe that in the middle of this pandemic, we are showing that we have some needs in a more opportunistic way, so to speak. So use this technology now available, the home care need, to rescue the care of those chronic patients that are at home, isolated in social distancing, becoming more fragile. So I believe there are several elements that makes it an excellent opportunity to have this new approach to have the elderly patients treated in our healthcare system. So I will give the floor to Santini, and I believe it's important to have the questions of people and to take this opportunity of making you here because we cannot meet him every day. Thank you, Paulo. Santini, you have the floor. Thank you. I also would like to thank for this opportunity of attending this meeting, and I would like to thank for this presentation of Mikio, which was extremely interesting, and the kindness he had of referring some data before the meeting about the Netherlands system so I could be better prepared for this discussion. Very briefly, and not using the time for questions, which I believe are more important, I would like to highlight two aspects which I believe are key. First, differences. Of course, we have huge differences in terms of territory and among the countries, differences and inequality. Inequality in Brazil is something scary and makes it difficult to apply any improvement proposal, organization proposal, because at the end of the day, we need to meet different demands of the populations which are extremely different from one another, and with resources and technologies which are quite differentiated. So first, there is a key difference which is important to highlight. But what can we learn from this system? I believe that the most important aspect. A key aspect is the collaborative model. The idea that the healthcare system is part of a more comprehensive social system, where it's essential to have the cooperation between the different players and stakeholders internally and outside the system. This aspect, I believe, is core in this process, and we can learn that from them. And the second aspect is the planning in the long term, establishing targets and goals to be achieved, even considering all the local differences and regional differences we have in place in the country, so we can have a more effective planning process in place. And the third aspect, which I believe is important, is resource allocation. They have 17 million inhabitants there, and the resource allocation is 12% of the GDP, and they have a 700 billion euros GDP. So it makes a huge difference because our system is underfunded, and we cannot continue saying that the shortages in our system and gaps are exclusively connected to improper resource allocation. But it's also that. But it's important to clarify that resource efficiency is a core aspect. And another aspect that I would like to highlight as a difference, and I believe is important to discuss that, is what they name as managed competition. And this seems to me something very interesting, but we need to take into account that when we talk about a private company that is providing services to the public healthcare system is different from the HMOs. These are truly different things because these are institutions that are non-profitable institutions, they are cooperative institutions, and they suffer a process of control and management from the state, which is extremely important and strong. Therefore, our system of private healthcare based on the insurance health plans are completely different. So I believe this is something important to stand out, because sometimes we try to compare the cooperative model with this possibility in Brazil, and I believe in the way our system, the private system, of healthcare insurance plans is organized with a very perspective towards the financial aspect and not towards the healthcare aspect, it's not possible to make this comparison. So I just would like to stand out two topics and finally say the challenges, demographic and populational technological challenges that they are facing, we are also facing in different sizes, in different age groups. In the 70s decade, and they are in the 80s, almost achieving 100 years, but the issue is at stake for us. And if we are not able to face all that in a structured, planned way, thinking about this organized future, we will have difficulties, and then we can inspire ourselves in the low-tech and high-touch model. So thank you, and I can now entertain the questions, interact in the discussion with you.
Thank you, Santini. Thank you, Marta. There were some questions sent to us, but Santini has emphasized that the system of competition is among cooperative entities that are not for profit. Services, providers, nobody operates for profit. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. But we have to be brief, because we still have got 2 or 3 more questions here.
Realmente modelo baseado em
This is a model based on entrepreneurship. Providers and plans have to do something which is helpful to the citizens. Otherwise, organizations simply go bankrupt. It has happened already. The model is a cooperative model, but also competitive model. We've seen, for example, during the COVID pandemic, that the healthcare plan and the service providers got together in their best efforts. Healthcare plans or HMOs just stopped with a number of bureaucracy and actions to provide more hours and to provide better care to patients. I think it's a competitive model per se, but working more for the cooperation among the key stakeholders. So we're saying yes, they are not for profit, they do not share results to corporate members. However, in the rate of benefits or incentives that they offer, there is the possibility of delinquency, because if they cannot create their own market, they can become delinquent, okay, or solvent. You said that all citizens need to have a healthcare plan, but I understand that even despite the inequalities that you have in Brazil, some have a purchasing power which is different from others. How does the government deal with that requirement for those that have a lower purchasing power than the others? Is there some kind of subsidy by the government?
Sim. Todos os adultos, os cidadãos adultos,
all adult citizens over the age of 50 have a mandatory healthcare plan. Children do not have to pay any premium. In addition to premium paid by citizens, there is also premium paid by companies as a co-pay, paid by general taxes. Everything together. And then we spend per capita about 6,000 euros every year. When you were born, you cost very little to the system. And in the past 3 years of a few years of your life, you cost almost 60 or 70% of the entire cost of your health. So the government provides some equity.
Realmente com uma visão de organizar essa solidariedade e com as novas políticas.
Yeah, so that's part of the new policies, and we've been working on reducing inequalities.
Agora as perguntas da plateia, por favor, que senão
Now questions from the audience. There is one question by Chessimara Souza, and she asks you, when someone travels, the healthcare plan, even throughout Europe, is it covered throughout Europe, or it's covered only within the Netherlands? We have contracts with other countries concerning coverage. Let's say if something happens with a Dutch citizen in Spain, so we can provide care, and we do the same to a Dutch person here in the Netherlands. Tiago Ungier asked questions concerning continuing education. So healthcare professionals and physicians, is it managed by them, by the companies or cooperatives where they operate? Or is there any other way of professional update? These are all exceptions, really. We have permanent education. There are new profiles of physicians and nurses to deal with that in the future. So we have this support of education to really help people at home, to help home care, etc. Now I'd like to open to Martha and Santini to make questions or ask comments. We still have got 4 to 5 minutes so that we can really take the best of your experience.
Eu acho que eu queria perguntar uma coisa para o Mihil.
I have one thing to ask Mihil, something that we discussed before, and I think everyone should be part of that. When we adapt the model, there are a number of differences in our two different cultures because of regulation. So we saw in this discussion a number of different, even regulatory differences of health system or health nature, but there are also cultural differences that we have to understand and work with them so that the application in Brazil can be effective. And it applies to any country, actually. But Mihil lived in the Netherlands and here. So my question to you is, of everything you've seen here in Brazil, public structure, the way you organize private services, what would it be a better adaptation that we have to do it here? Thank you. Very good question, Marta. Brazil has both sides of it, private and public, which are seen as two independent things, but in fact, what we try to do in the Netherlands is where we can add value in working with the healthcare system, which is a point of adaptation, culture. Health is a complex thing. It's not something linear that you can directly implement. It is something that involves a number of stakeholders People want to get to know, understand as professionals. Only in this environment is that you create shared understanding, you create trust and confidence, and you want to do things together. In Brazil, a number of the concepts are just part of the SUS system in Brazil as well, the universal healthcare system in Brazil. The primary care physician. There is a focus on health promotion, health prevention. Brazil should really consider public-private partnerships and really understand where something together can be created. Synergy, exactly. Synergy is the word. What about you, Santini? Your closing remarks? We cannot hear you. Your microphone is off. Very interesting thing, but unfortunately, it's a pity we don't have any more time, but it's very stimulating. I think we are all very much active to discuss that. But let me go back to the private model, because this is a huge challenge to all of us in Brazil. And the differences that I noticed by reading the material that I received is what they call private is in fact a not-for-profit, a philanthropic model, because the organizations are not for profit. And the participation of citizens in terms of amount of resources spent is much lower than the average ticket that a Brazilian would pay for healthcare plans here. Therefore, when we are talking about cooperation, private-public cooperation, we really have to understand what we are talking about. I think public-private cooperation is really important, but it's also important to define the meaning of each thing. It's not the same thing that is being presented in the Netherlands as we observe here in our private system. So we should understand what we are talking about. But the model, wow, the model is really interesting. Santini is absolutely right. There are different ways of having public-private partnership in Brazil. Not-for-profit organizations are ultimately responsible for much of the services provided here. So Santa Casa and other hospitals in Brazil, which is a model to some extent similar to what the Netherlands has in terms of service provision. But that's the other way around, because we are breaking, we are really just having our systems go bankrupt because of funding. So we are extracting value of the not-for-profit, but without allocating appropriate resources. When you talk about 12, 13% of GDP, we are reaching 9%, and the public healthcare system amounts to only 4%, showing that the country has not set any priorities for healthcare. Maybe some for education, but considering primary collective assets, health is undervalued. And all of us, the Brazilian society, we should work for better allocation of resources to health. Well, thank you very much for our three speakers. I have learned a lot in our presentation. And if I may quote Mario Quintana, those who are self-taught are the only ones responsible for our own ignorance. So we've learned that this is also very important to all of us. Thank you all very much. With that, I close this panel. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais e hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo, mas a Amil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo nesse momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina Amil para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina Amil. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é Amil.
Saúde, é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos gratuitos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à Fena Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Limpeza, estacionamento e nutrição. São serviços que realmente não estão no foco de um gestor de um hospital. Então eu decidi que eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí que foi a opção pela Sodexo.
É muito mais tranquilo que uma única empresa entenda a demanda do hospital, né? Então a sinergia entre a hotelaria, entre a parte de alimentação a parte de higienização, traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital. A comunicação entre os serviços fica muito mais ágil, né? O padrão de qualidade fica mais uniforme. E foi por isso que a gente acabou, entre várias avaliações, optando por ter a Sodexo conosco.
A gente optou por esse modelo porque nunca aconteceu, nem com os pacientes, nem no lanche noturno dos funcionários e nem no restaurante dos médicos, algum problema da alimentação causar algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é o maior orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Inovação, tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso diferencial no mercado. Nós juntamos todas essas práticas e trazemos para o cliente realmente um serviço de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós pegamos desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída. Nós conseguimos acompanhar esse paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com expertise. Foi um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo para com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo tem sido a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, se adaptar e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recomendar a Sodexo para outros hospitais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo, mas a Amil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo nesse momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina Amil para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina Amil. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é Amil.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos gratuitos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à Fena Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Limpeza, estacionamento e nutrição são serviços que realmente não estão no foco de um gestor de um hospital. Então eu decidi que eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí que foi a opção pela Sodexo.
É muito mais tranquilo que uma única empresa entenda a demanda do hospital, né? Então a sinergia entre a hotelaria, entre a parte de alimentação, a parte de higienização, traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital. A comunicação entre os serviços fica muito mais ágil, né? O padrão de qualidade fica mais uniforme. E foi por isso que a gente acabou, entre várias avaliações, optando por ter a Sodexo conosco.
A gente optou por esse modelo porque nunca aconteceu, nem com os pacientes, nem no lanche noturno dos funcionários e nem no restaurante dos médicos, algum problema da alimentação causar algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é o maior orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Inovação, tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso diferencial no mercado. Nós juntamos todas essas práticas e trazemos para o cliente realmente um serviço de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós pegamos desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída. Nós conseguimos acompanhar esse paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com expertise. Foi um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo para com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo tem sido a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, se adaptar e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recomendar a Sodexo para outros hospitais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
Clinical governance is the topic of the next panel. So it includes several different departments from the hospital, from the management to the administrative and care departments. The value of care and the measuring tools are so important within this environment, as well as education, training, organic involvement of the teams in each step of the management process. Pedro Benedito, the Executive Director of Prevent Senior, Alexandre Siciliano from Procardíaco Hospital, Mr. Rabelho from Dalben Home Care, and also Mr. Faria from the Transition Group. So let's talk about it in the clinical governance room. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here with you this afternoon. Welcome to one of the other panels of FIS. And my name is Mr. Batista Jr., and I have the mission of moderate this panel on clinical governance, which is extremely required, and we have two experts on the topic here in this panel. I'm very pleased to be here with Alexandre Siciliano, a benchmark in vascular and cardiac surgery in Brazil. He's in charge of the specialty in Procardíaco, the America system in Rio de Janeiro, researcher and enthusiast of using of clinical protocols and improving the journey of the patient. Welcome. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. We are pleased to welcome you. And we also have Rogério Rabelo. He is a healthcare management investor and a director and partner of the Dalben Home Care Group. He is coordinator of the Brazil-Canada Chamber, and his assistant has been showing how to effectively organize the actions of the clinical follow-up. Welcome. Thank you, Pedro. I'm very pleased to attend this interesting debate with all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that in the healthcare system, clinical governance is key, and we apply the hospital management and clinical management systems oriented to the quality of home care and healthcare, better saying, provided to patients. And this is used both international and domestic level. This concept dates back to the United Kingdom based on the England healthcare model. The British model uses that, which results in continuous improvement in the quality of service. When we talk about continuous improvement in healthcare, it's clear that there are several changes in therapies and scientific techniques that needs to be incorporated in the system. This provides improvement for the care of the patients. And the final question we have today, Rogério and dear Alexandre and Siciliano, is how to apply that to healthcare management to truly deliver value. In alphabetical order, I will first invite Alexandre to explain his perspective on clinical governance. Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an enormous honor and satisfaction to be here as a healthcare professional representing the group of the Americas, and I am in the clinical management position. And I know that I learned lessons passes through these ways. We have the NHIS perspective that talks about the definition of the clinical governance, because this is absolutely a single, very particular concept, and different authors defined it in different perspectives. But I believe in HS talks about the value delivered for the patients, and all those that are part of these delivered services, healthcare providers, staff, management, staff, family members, include the journey of the patient at the hospital setting, and I believe this is truly something adequate according to my perspective. Dr. Beric, the former president of NIH, is one of this person that is working in the leadership and providing his vision and perspective in terms of value. In some of the presentations that I attended, he mentioned something that really caught my attention. Inside all those aspects we have currently on these days, he mentioned that in the physician perspective, sometimes we are focusing on efficacy and delivered of the product, and we have a dialogue which has a positive impact for a patient. But Dr. Derek talked about the other domains of quality that includes not only efficacy, as well as the system access, basic conditions, efficiency. He mentioned a statement that really was a landmark for me. We physicians are able to deal directly with the patients and understand everything which is at stake. And if we do not take into account the need of supporting the healthcare system, this vision is within the medical field and management and administrative aspects in the post-industrial level, and this will have a direct impact in the quality of the care supplied to the patient. So the involvement of the professionals in a healthcare setting in enhancing the communication with the managers and decision makers at the best interest of the patients and the society as well is a very adequate definition that we have been seeing as clinical governance. In this sense, clinical governance is a tool for change management, because in the post-industrial area, in which absolutely everything that was viewed in terms of resources for investment, the working processes in place, and this is difficult to be incorporated in the patient's journey because these are biological systems, interdependent systems. It's not simple to have just a math of more service. So the clinical governance, in my perspective, there is this window between the physician and the manager and the administrators that should be centered on the best interest of the patients. So you have a background in your studies in the United States. Major clinical practices used at the clinical governance level there are even more complex to be introduced in a highly heterogeneous system as Brazil. So in your opinion, based on what you could bring from your knowledge from there to Brazil, what would be the best actions? Because we are talking about processes, so we will look at the patient as a movie, not as a picture, so to speak. I believe this helps me to perform the rationale about the health organization, and we have the clinical auditing, risk management processes, effectiveness, efficiency, transparency, people management, and operational research. So it shows the model we have been implementing here from this experience abroad, not only as an intern at Cleveland Clinic, but also as a student and fellow in Harvard University. We had a chance to practice at the institutional level this model where we could have two domains, the domain of leadership and the domain of management. Inside the leadership, in a very straightforward way, be able to build actions in an environment with major psychological safety and accountability. So we empower people, we allow them to make errors, but we understand that the learned lessons will be a result of this psychological safety and accountability we have in place in the setting. And we should have a highly trustworthy system in place in delivering results, and no one is afraid of showing that some things can be improved and there are opportunities for that. The other aspect is connected with this the Excel lines, input and output lines, but in variations in costs, quality, deliveries, safety is not perceived as a major potential of value generation. So address the variation of results, viewing that this value is going to be found when we have the opportunity to acknowledge this variation, in addition to the integration in a system of skills and abilities that we have some skills that are controlled, so this will not make the model unfeasible. So this is the type of governance system we would like to have in place. Highly safe in psychological terms and with high level of trustworthiness. And a systemic approach between skills and integration, this would be the model that I would like to express here, how we want to implement it at Procardíaco in Rio de Janeiro. I like when we mention that simply we do not have any issues of changing things. People need to express when something is not correct. And when we do not have this ability in the system and all professionals could work in order to improve the system, it can cast the clinical governance system and limit that. And you mentioned this is key. When we talk about clinical governance, hospital settings, and you are in charge of managing two follow-up systems. And normally people forget to insert inside the clinical governance model the treatment of the patient. Normally they deliver the patient to you and they believe they can forget it, but your system is key towards the evolution and involvement of the parents, relatives of the patient. So tell us about your approach, involving your system, what needs to be involved, which is the relatives and the patient.
Great, Pedro. Thank you very much for your point. I always mention Luisa Dalben, our founder at Down Bay, a pioneer who started the company in the 90s. And she always says discharge has to be started when the patient is admitted. And Down Bay Group focuses on that, on providing post-acute care once the patient is discharged from a high-complexity center. And we have a rehab center, with transition service, as well as home care. And the management of post-acute care is essential. As you very well pointed out, it is essential not only for the final outcome that we are going to obtain, succeeding in discharging the patient, and the new payment models, which are value-based, in which continuity of care and avoidance of additional admission will be performance indicators. And this is used in different systems all over the world, and this has been considered in Brazil as well. And you have shared a key challenge because we have to intervene in the continuity of care of patients. Right from the moment the patient is admitted to discharge moment, and we are going to discuss with the patient, clinical staff, what is the safety required for a rehab center or an intermediate unit? And clinical governance is something continuous. It depends on the information of the hospital, also clinical governance of payers. And Pedro does it beautifully at Prevent Senior, because the payer influences also this continuity of care of patients. And clinical governance applies to all different links of the chain. A large hospital, a healthcare plan, integrated services in a verticalized unit. And right now I am in the post-acute care. If my system and my model of governance involving technicians, protocols, continuous measurement, do not get integrated with the hospital and the next steps, it's not going to work. And the family, as you very well pointed out, as the patient leaves high complexity in which asymmetry of information is greater, as the patient migrates to post-acute, rehab, and home care, family is even more important. So Luisa was a pioneer in bringing social workers to the company. It happens in other areas, in other hospitals, but managing the company and integrating the company, as we've heard from the NHS system, communication is not multidisciplinary within the team, but also the family has a key role to play. I would like to highlight something which is really important, because when we see post-acute care in Brazil, it's still something starting, and you've seen it in the public and in the private market, because these are some things which are non-existent, and we have to have it integrated. We have to do the right thing at the right time, at the right moment, with the right team. And to that, we have a multiplicity of devices that have to be applied. In your previous question, you talked about value, the quality of clinical outcome of the patient. Some clinical outcomes cannot be obtained in a high complexity hospital. It's much more effective to go to a rehab hospital. Similarly, just antibiotic in the vein does not need a rehab center. We just need home care twice every week. And so on and so forth. We can have optimization of resources, and we can combine things. And home care is a pioneer in telemedicine, telesupport, and something which I think is key, clinical governance now with medicine and everything that has been provided, essential to be once again one more tool within what we do with patients. We can also define very clear rules of governance. At Dalben, we have a very important support center interacting with the families, so reference nurse, physicians, and remote access is the first way to get to the families. And then there are other ways of having home visits. So the integration of telehealth in our model of clinical governance is another model that post-acute care used to do over the phone. It has always been part of our home care teams. And the main challenge of what we experience in hospitals, let alone if you have one hospital in each home and hundreds of patients distributed. So managing teams is extremely important. I had a previous experience in Canada and in Fleury group. I come from a lab facility. And in this concept, when we talk about combining tools for continuous improvement of quality, for total quality, we have to bear in mind that most companies have been using it for decades. A clinical lab, for example, in the area of healthcare, is where we have the best sigma, the number of errors per million events. Labs work within 4 sigma, ideally 6 sigma, only 3.4 errors per 1 million. So 3,000 errors per 1 million. Losing, for example, luggage in an airport is 6,000 per 1 million. So when we go into healthcare, much more complex, it's very scary. So, for example, a healthcare event may lead to a higher risk than losing your luggage in the airport. Wow, it's too much, isn't it? So we have to bring about these tools of continuing improvement methodologies. And I think we should objective that even in clinical medicine, we can get to 4, 5, 6 sigma. This is the idea, striving towards zero errors. And to do that, we need systems and we need teamwork. From an overall perspective, the contribution of post-acute care and its integration in models of governance of all players is essential and very important in Brazil. I like this model because we have to get a lot of the essence of our understanding and share with everyone who's watching us. It is a quick, dynamic model. And based on that, let me get one point that each of you made. Let's talk about integration. And I'm going to use my experience here at Prevent Senior. Alexandre and Rosario were invited because we all work together. I work with both of them at Prevent Senior, thanks to the system they coordinate, and I am quite familiar with their models, and it's very easy to work with these models. When we talk about a verticalized provider in 2020, we have to understand that verticalization is much more of process, of concept, focused on technology, so that information can be fully integrated. So, if there is a demand at Procardíaco in Rio of Prevent Senior Patients who is referred to Dalben, so we need an integration of models among our three organizations so that patients do not lose all the essence of treatment that had been done since the very beginning. This is the best way of clinical governance. And at all the points of contact, it's a new opportunity to perform better clinical governance and keep on improving processes. And now I'll give you 2 more minutes for for drawing your considerations. Alexandre?
Pedro, acho que bastante enriquecedor, né? As visões sobre governança clínica que a gente teve a oportunidade.
Quite clear to hear from you and to talk about clinical governance, such an interesting thing. I agree with Rogério. It's really important to evolve together with technology. We need really to be able to deal with such complexity, and we need systems to do that. Technology is the support of everything that we do to be able to have really safe processes. If I may make some comments about access, resources, models, these are things that can be addressed, and we really have to think how we can better deal with them, really having a unique way of serving health. There are still some points for tension and over which we have to discuss and think, because technology, transparency, data use is something that can really help us come up with a health model which is good to everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. Let me now hand it over to Rogério. Integration of system is something essential. My electronic medical record has to communicate with yours. We created a dashboard at Downbay where our clinical management team and also administrative management team can interact directly with the HMOs. So we have transparency to communicate with payers, families, patients. Technology is available. We just have to be able to use it accordingly to avoid rework and to enhance efficiency. And it encompasses not only medical records at hospitals, but hospitals, transition hospitals, long care facilities. So I hope we can have one single medical record to be shared among everyone. Another thing which I considered essential in this process of integration is teamwork. When you're talking about clinical governance, it's also corporate governance, right? We are all part of public and private companies, and there are best practices for our management. We are all medical managers, and we live in this world of interface between the technical and the management team. And this is something essential. We should have a system of transparency because health is extremely complex and we cannot simply manage things as we used to be. We need a multidisciplinary team. We have to incorporate non-medical teams as well. Integrated governance between clinical and managerial governance is something that can really ensure effective work at bedside, at patient's home. It should all be fully integrated. And many of my white hair come from it, being this bridge between both sides, because this should be our final result, improved outcome, considering really the use of resources. You see, you have gray hair. What about me? My hair's all gone. So you see, I still have got a lot to suffer. Is that what you mean? Because I still have got plenty of hair. Anyway, I think it was such a wonderful talk, very productive and fruitful. It's always great to talk to you. I would like to thank Fizz for the invitation. It's so good when we understand that we are all on the same side. We all want the same goal, ultimately, which is improved processes that can provide better clinical management of our patients. So please accept my warm thanks, Rogério, Alexandre, and hope to see you soon. Thank you very much, Fizz, for the invitation. Stay well, stay safe. Thank you. Thank you.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Percepção do contexto em que o ser humano está inserido, entendimento das pressões que ele sofre e de suas necessidades, nos levam a desenvolver soluções assertivas, criativas e pragmáticas. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas e a experiência necessária para auxiliar as pessoas a liderar e atingir seus melhores resultados. Machado Nunes auxilia seus clientes a multiplicarem seus resultados, trazendo soluções inovadoras capazes de superar a complexidade do ambiente jurídico brasileiro. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Para a gente ficar bem, é essencial cuidar da saúde. Ainda bem que nós, mineiros, podemos contar com a Rede Mater Dei. São 40 anos de uma história única, de foco no bem-estar dos pacientes e investimento no que há de mais moderno. Eu sei disso, não porque sempre estive aqui. Eu sei disso, graças a cada um dos pacientes que o Mater Dei ajudou a ficar bem.
Mater Dei, 40 anos. Nosso presente é você ficar bem.
O Grupo Assim Saúde e o Grupo Memorial agradecem aos profissionais da saúde pela dedicação aos pacientes da pandemia do novo coronavírus Covid-19. Os nossos 14 hospitais e todos os nossos centros médicos estão cuidando com muita atenção de todos os nossos clientes. Protejam-se, lavem as mãos, evitem aglomerações e usem máscara constantemente. Dias melhores virão. Cuidem-se. Saúde para todos.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Seibem Medicina Diagnóstica. Para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Seibem Medicina Diagnóstica.
Telemedicine is something I think which is the best way to bring stroke care to remote area.
Essa mudança abrupta transforma uma doença que até então é uma doença viral numa doença imunológica.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome E são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Sim, tô te ouvindo, Cauã. Diga, tô no inglês, pode ser? Sim. Sim. Isso. Os dois estão baixos. Os dois estão baixos. Ah, não, assim, a musiquinha do VT até que tá simpática. Pronto, a musiquinha do VT tá ok, tá melhor. Tá bom assim. É esse que a gente precisa. Essa intensidade para nós tá ótima, sempre. Abaixa o VT um pouquinho. Isso. Perfeito. Tá bom. Isso. Tá ótimo. Não, claro. E depois, assim, a hora que o VT tá rolando, e pensa assim, ó, o VT tá rolando na intensidade normal. A hora que você fala junto com ele, eu não consigo discriminar que você tá falando comigo. Mesmo que eu esteja ouvindo o VT e que eu esteja com o fone, eu não consigo ouvir a sua voz alta o suficiente para saber que você tá falando comigo, né? Então, assim, precisa estar um pouquinho mais baixo o fundo para eu conseguir ouvir a sua voz e até para eu conseguir te responder, porque senão os dois na minha cabeça, a gente até é rápida, mas tem umas coisas que a gente não dá conta. Não, tá.
Eu acho que nós
tá bom, você não vê? Até amanhã a gente vai saber tudo. Exatamente. É pro próximo, tá tudo resolvido.
Do sistema de saúde em
tá
prol dos pacientes.
Pois não.
Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais.
E
os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema.
Tá bom.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas
certo.
tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias
para você conseguir me mandar, tá? Entendi, eles não conseguiram te mandar, logo você não conseguiu mandar para mim. Tá bom.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos.
Entendi. Tá. Invasou na live. Entendi. Tá bom. Pode deixar. Então também entendi. Não tem para desculpe eu que se saiu na live. Pode deixar então que a gente na próxima também fica. Ó, mais uma para que aprendemos. Tá bom? Obrigada, Ilka.
Daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais. E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo, mas a Amil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo nesse momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina 1000 para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas dito no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina a 1000. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é a 1000.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos gratuitos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à Fena Saúde vêm fazendo levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se diz satisfeitos, e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. Compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Limpeza, estacionamento e nutrição são serviços que realmente não estão no foco de um gestor de um hospital. Então eu decidi que eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí que foi a opção pela Sodexo.
É muito mais tranquilo que uma única empresa entenda a demanda do hospital, né? Então a sinergia entre a hotelaria, entre a parte de alimentação, a parte de higienização, traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital. A comunicação entre os serviços fica muito mais ágil, né? O padrão de qualidade fica mais uniforme. E foi por isso que acabou, entre várias avaliações, optando por ter a Sodexo conosco.
A gente optou por esse modelo porque nunca aconteceu, nem cientes, nem no lanche noturno dos funcionários e nem no restaurante dos médicos, algum problema da alimentação causou algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é um orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Não são tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso diferencial no mercado. Nós juntamos todas essas práticas e trazemos para o cliente realmente um serviço de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós pegamos desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída. Nós conseguimos acompanhar esse paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com expertise. Foi um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo para com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo tem sido a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, se adaptar e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recorrer a Sodexo para outros hospitais.
A Pronep Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para o paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale com o seu corretor.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Percepção do contexto em que o ser humano está inserido, entendimento das pressões que ele sofre e de suas necessidades, nos levam a desenvolver soluções assertivas, criativas e pragmáticas. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas e a experiência necessária para auxiliar as pessoas a liderar e atingir seus melhores resultados. Machado Nunes auxilia seus clientes a multiplicarem seus resultados, trazendo soluções inovadoras capazes de superar a complexidade do ambiente jurídico brasileiro. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Para a gente ficar bem, é essencial cuidar da saúde. Ainda bem que nós, mineiros, podemos contar com a Rede Mater Dei. São 40 anos de uma história única, de foco no bem-estar dos pacientes e investimento no que há de mais moderno. Eu sei disso, não porque sempre estive aqui. Eu sei disso graças a cada um dos pacientes que o Mater Dei ajudou a ficar bem.
Mater Dei, 40 anos. Nosso presente é você ficar bem.
O Grupo Assim Saúde e o Grupo Memorial agradecem aos profissionais da saúde pela dedicação aos pacientes da pandemia do novo coronavírus Covid-19. Os nossos 14 hospitais e todos os nossos centros médicos estão cuidando com muita atenção de todos os nossos clientes. Protejam-se, lavem as mãos, evitem aglomerações e usem máscara constantemente. Dias melhores virão. Cuidem-se. Saúde para todos.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Seibem Medicina Diagnóstica. Para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Seibem Medicina Diagnóstica.
Telemedicine is something I think which is the best way to bring stroke care to remote area.
Essa mudança abrupta transforma uma doença que até então é uma doença viral numa doença imunológica.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais prática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de ação nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim, inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor, no momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como fiz, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias. Pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim, inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às doenças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o AMEL existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de centros de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. Baseados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais. E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, espelho e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça baixo, mas a AMIL se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo. Difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina AMIL para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo, tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina AMIL. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é AMIL.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Vem também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Liga para 2102-5555 ou com o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts start with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, lock the unknown. Fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeat experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday no matter where they are. Because putting science at everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado, extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina. 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você toma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos gratuitos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à Fena Saúde fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos. E somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementa desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer, a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constante no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar nas reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Nestes mais de 20 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício de clientes. Isso é valioso. Como líder, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Limpeza, estacionamento e nutrição são serviços que realmente estão no foco de um gestor de um hospital. Então eu decidi, eu tinha que contratar alguém que fosse muito forte, que fosse maior que o hospital. E aí que foi a opção pela Sodexo.
É muito tranquilo que uma única empresa entenda a demanda do hospital. Então a sinergia entre a hotelaria, entre a parte de alimentação, a padronização, traz uma rapidez no entendimento do que é o objetivo do hospital. A comunicação entre os serviços fica muito mais ágil, né? O padrão é mais uniforme. E foi por isso que a gente acabou, entre várias avaliações, optando por ter conosco.
A gente optou por esse modelo porque nunca acontece, nem com os pacientes, nem no lanche noturno dos funcionários e nem no restaurante dos médicos, algum problema da alimentação causar algum problema de saúde. Isso para mim é um orgulho que eu tenho de ter escolhido certo.
Tecnologias e pessoas treinadas, esse realmente tem sido o nosso diferencial. Nós juntamos todas essas práticas e trazemos para o cliente realmente um ser de qualidade. Nós conseguimos trabalhar de uma forma integrada, onde nós, desde o paciente, da sua entrada até a sua saída, nós conseguimos acompanhar o paciente.
Entendemos que era fundamental trazer uma empresa com um processo muito interessante de integração das equipes da Sodexo com nossa operação. E uma característica muito interessante também da Sodexo é a capacidade de entender nossas demandas, saber e ter uma resposta rápida. Então, a partir disso, não tem como não recomendar para outros hospitais.
A Pronep, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atendimento domiciliar no Brasil e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na área do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, DCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deu nada para minha filha, eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, tudo muito bem engrenadinho, é mais vida para o paciente, vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer bem.
Saúde, é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 médicos satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha você também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5255 ou fale com o seu corretor.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as atividades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e performance. Ancorados no conceito da medicina baseada em valor e movidos pela dedicação e pelo talento de mais de 17 mil profissionais, alcançamos os mais altos padrões assistenciais. E hoje somos reconhecidos pelas principais certificações de qualidade do mundo. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
A pandemia virou tudo de cabeça para baixo. A mil se virou rapidamente para você ter o cuidado certo no momento difícil. Em tempo recorde, disponibilizamos a telemedicina 1000 para todos os nossos clientes. E agora, além de consultas de urgência, também é possível agendar horários com especialistas direto no aplicativo. Tudo com a qualidade que só uma empresa de saúde de verdade pode oferecer. Telemedicina a 1000. Não é bom porque é telemedicina. É bom porque é a 1000.
Saúde é assim que se faz. A maior rede própria de hospitais e clínicas do Rio e Grande Rio. Mais de 1.000 médicos credenciados, alta tecnologia médica, mais de 700 mil clientes satisfeitos. Ressonância magnética, hemodinâmica, tomografia, entre outros. Venha também para o Assim Saúde. Você entendeu? Saúde é assim que se faz. Ligue já para 2102-5555 ou fale o seu corretor.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because
well, our last session for the day, such a rich day of activity. Israel, Sweden, the Netherlands awards. And for our last panel, we have Maureen Lewis, CEO of Acessa Global, to talk about the healthcare in the United States and its funding model. We also have Claudio Luttenberg, who is the chairman of Albert Einstein Hospital and Coalição Saúde. He's the moderator. We have Gonçalo Vecina, former chairman of Anvisa and also professor of the Medical School of University of São Paulo. André Medicine, he's a member of eBrevis and editor of Health Monitor blog. And we have here them all to talk about that. Before we go into our program room, our raffle finished now at 4:30, and after the discussion, we are going to let you know who was the winner. Our topic is health in the United States and its funding model. Let's do it then. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, to be part of this FIS 20. This is a constant event that we have every year to discuss about health in Brazil, something which is constantly inspired in models coming from abroad. We know that all clinical practice depends on the valuing of everything that concerns value medicine and funding models, which are extremely important. Right now, we are discussing a number of intriguing questions, things that take into account the good use of technology and also the increase in life expectancy. Today, we have the privilege of having our keynote speaker, Maureen Lewis. She is the CEO of Acesso Global, someone who is going to be instrumental in sharing her ideas with us today. Two discussants, dear friends of mine with whom I have constantly worked with and whom I admire, André Medicine, everybody knows him, as well as Gonçalo Vencina, no introductions required. Said that, with no further ado, let's go for the key presenter. So let me hand it over to our keynote speaker, our dear friend, Maureen Lewis, please.
Thank you very much. This is indeed a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be part of this group and to be on such a distinguished panel. I have great admiration for all three of you, and you provide leadership in Brazil that few others have done. So I'm doubly pleased to be here, and I'm always pleased to work on Brazil. I just wish I were there instead of in the United States. This coronavirus is not being helpful in that. So I would like to turn to my slides to try to explain a little bit about the United States healthcare system. It's rather complicated by almost any standard, but I think we can get through it with some slides that explain some of the key parts of the system. Slides, please. So first, I'd like to give you a sense of where I am coming from. I've worked on Brazil since 1990, and I've worked with different levels of government. I most recently did a program for Fiesp on the issues of the future of the Brazilian health system and what can be learned from elsewhere and what should be prioritized. So I'm still waiting for the slides. Is that possible to load the slides? Because I think the slides are rather important. Okay, so thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, so Jerry Laforgia and I have worked in Brazil for many years on hospitals, on the healthcare system, on payment and delivery, and most recently a good deal on accountable care organizations. And we've also worked for INS as part of our work. So that gives you some context of my understanding of the Brazilian healthcare system, which I think is important to bring the US system in context for Brazil. Next slide. So how do you characterize the US system? First, it's a little bit difficult to understand, and I've been to events in Brazil where people talk about CMS and no one knows what they talk about. We'll get to that. It's very fragmented, it's disorganized. In the same way, I think that Brazil has a bit of disorganization and fragmentation. Partly it's the public and private overlay, and partly I think large countries end up having more fragmented systems. It's costly in the US compared to other rich countries. It's very highly variable in terms of quality. We have the best in the world, but some very poor quality. And like Brazil, it's innovative and dynamic. And I don't know too many countries that are as innovative as Brazil and the United States. And I go around the world and explain the innovations in Brazil because I think there are a lot of cutting edge things that come out of Brazil that are relevant. And that's true for the US as well. And I think there's a lot that the two countries have in common in this area. And there's a constant learning and adapting in both the public and private systems in the United States. I think it's one of the characteristics, and I think it's linked to the innovation that we show. And I think Brazil can learn from some of the US mistakes. So hopefully this will be helpful. Next slide. So let me go over the overview of the financing and payment system in the United States. Next slide. So the mixed system is explained here. This is a complicated graph, but I think it's one of the best that I've seen for explaining how the system works. First of all, I think it's rather surprising that about 45% of all spending is public and the rest is private. So the public system plays almost the same level of expenditure role that it does in Brazil. The main providers of public care are the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which is in the middle of the public financing. It says CMS, Medicare and Medicaid Services. Medicare is insurance, public insurance for the elderly. Medicaid services are for the poor, and they are done jointly with the states. So the states and the federal government fund Medicaid. Medicare is all federal. On the left of that are the selected agencies. All of you probably know about CDC and NIH and FDA and these other agencies. They are part of the public funding, but they do a very different thing. So aside from Medicare and Medicaid is a child health insurance program, and together they provide services via private providers, very few public providers, and some of the patients are in managed care organizations that are private. And all of the pharmacies are private, and the providers overwhelmingly are private. So that's the important part. On the private sector side, they're private insured individuals. Roughly 80% of the population has either private or public insurance. It's either from employers, as it is very similarly in Brazil. It comes out of the federal or state insurance that is going through the private system. There is state insurance commissions that play a role as regulator. The states regulate all healthcare, not the federal government, and they also play a role in regulating private insurance and in private provision and pharmacies. So that's on the regulatory side, and regulation is very strict in the US. The federal government regulates Medicare and Medicaid providers, but not the Medicare and Medicaid services themselves. They are regulated mostly by the US Congress. So this gives a sense of where the money flows and what pays and how the money moves through the system. And as in Brazil, you can have multiple sources of insurance. You can have social, you can have private. So you could have Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance and state support through state insurance programs that they sponsor themselves. So there are lots of flows of money, and part of the fragmentation is that money comes from the federal, the state, the municipalities, and sometimes counties. So and every state is a little bit different. So that's, I think, part of the reason it is so difficult to understand the US system, because money comes from many different places. But I think what is relevant is that there are a lot of payers, there are a lot of sources of finance, their providers are almost all private, and regulation very strict. So next slide. Next slide, please. So we have I will just repeat this just repeats what I just have said. What I didn't include was TRICARE, which is just for the military, and the Veterans Administration. And Veterans Administrations is like direct management the way it is in SUS. It's publicly provided and probably publicly financed. And then there's private insurance. So aside from Medicare and Medicaid and the state and municipal funding, there is Obamacare. And Obamacare was added because roughly 9% of the population does not have insurance. And this was a way to provide, at the state level, subsidized insurance to those people. As you know, this is a very controversial issue in the United States. Today, the Supreme Court refused to strike down parts of Obamacare. So it will be rebuilt under the new administration, but it's not exactly clear how. But it was a very effective way of improving coverage for some parts of the population. Next slide. So who is buying healthcare? So most of it individually comes from private insurance. Medicare and Medicaid, which is the public insurance, and then 11% out of pocket, and the others are relatively small. So it's heavily those three groups. Next slide. So then the question is, who is ultimately paying? It's households, because they pay through copays and also through jointly paying for insurance, even with employer-sponsored plans. Private businesses also end up financing part of it as a benefit for individuals, and then the federal and state government. So that's and other private is basically the paying out of pocket to providers. Next slide. So the breakdown of what households spend, most of it is wage-based taxes for Medicare. So Medicare is for the elderly, and you pay as part of all of your employment. There is a wage tax for Medicare for any employment that you have in the United States, starting from the day you begin to work. Then there is direct purchase insurance premiums, which is out of pocket. There are employer-sponsored insurance, which is 27%, and then out of pocket is 36% for those who either have copays, which are very common. Almost all services have copays. And so it ends up being a little bit over 1/3 of all spending is the out of pocket, which households spend. Next slide. So if we would summarize the insurance coverage by type, it's the millions of beneficiaries, and there is more than the population of the United States, because some people have multiple coverage. So the private employee sponsored is the blue on the left, and Medicaid and Medicare you can see, and then the uninsured are 30.7 million people, which is about 9% of the population. So that gives you a visual of the breakdown. Next slide. So who are the largest private commercial insurers? I think that's interesting. So United Health Group, which is partly sponsoring this conference, is a major private insurer based on revenue and membership. And they are also those with the total premium and market share. So they have 14% of total market share in the United States, which is quite large. And in terms of market share, Kaiser Foundation, which many of you will know because of the HMO movement, came out of Kaiser Foundation, and they still are a gold standard for much of the care delivery that goes on in the United States. And it's still a very large proportion, especially in the western part of the United States. So revenue is on the left-hand side, and again, United Healthcare is by far the largest, followed by Anthem. So that gives a sense of the large commercial insurers in the United States. The plans that they provide are highly variable, and we'll talk about that next. Next slide. So what is being spent on? Like in Brazil, the largest category of spending on the bottom is hospital care, and that is over $1,000 a person, and that's followed by physician and clinical services. So that's not so surprising. But I think what has been growing has been retirement facilities and other kinds of personal care services, and home health care has exploded. And like in Brazil, the telehealth has really expanded, and that home health care expansion is likely to grow because it's tied to telehealth. So that's what it looks like today. Next slide. So how does the financing flow? So you have the Veterans Administration with direct administration, and then you have private insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, other insurers, and out-of-pocket, all going to private providers. Military providers are public, private providers obviously are private. So that gives you a visual of how the public monies and the private monies are going to private providers. Next slide. So the common types of insurance, and this is something that is distinguished in the United States quite a lot. So traditional, what is called indemnity insurance, where you get reimbursement for claims, it's essentially a fee-for-service system. It's the planos that you have in Brazil or in Sul America or Bradesco, which are a particular kind of insurance. Then there are the preferred provider organizations, where they have defined provider organizations that can be used, and there are discounts for for using those, and the co-pays are lower, and there's a very high incentive to use them. Then there are closed systems like you have in Brazil. You have many in Brazil, the Health Maintenance Organization, which are restricted, and they focus on primary care and integrated care. So the difference for beneficiaries are essentially what the premiums are, the deductibles, the co-insurance, and the co-payment. So the co-insurance is that you pay up front, the co-pays at point of service, and what kind of specialist referral is restricted, and then what the provider network choices are. So there are some hospitals you can and cannot use. There are some other providers you can or cannot use. And that has become very, very common, and it's the largest single part of the system, which I believe is on the next slide. So this is, I think, a very telling summary of what's happening in the United States. So in 1988, 73% were like SulAmérica and Bradesco, and today it's about 1% of total. And that's been true since about 2009. So that part of the market has become very small, and what has grown are the HMOs have actually reduced in size. We can discuss why, but it has much to do with their restrictions that were taken to court and challenged. And then the PPOs, which is the preferred provider organizations, are the single largest source, and they have been for quite a while. They're very popular, and they keep their importance. So the growth here is in what they call high deductible plans, which is on the very right-hand side. It's now 30% of the market. So they have high deductibles, which means that you have to pay out of pocket to a pretty high level before that starts to work. And essentially, this is catastrophic care coverage. That's why they're popular, because they're cheaper and they're geared just to catastrophic care. So it's very interesting that this direction of the market, it had to do with rising costs with fee-for-service under the traditional indemnity insurance, and the fact that you can get cheaper services with arrangements with certain providers under the PPO model. So that preferred provider model is quite important and has remained quite important for insurance in the United States. And I think it's quite telling about the directions of what's happening. Next slide. So, what are the highlights of delivery? I think it's useful, even though I was asked to talk about financing, to talk about the provision and some areas that are quite different than what we see in Brazil. So first of all, on the left-hand side, the regulation of providers. Regulation is quite serious in the United States. All providers are licensed. Nurses, doctors, even physical therapists, all of the providers are licensed. Every hospital has Joint Commission accreditation. If you do not have Joint Commission accreditation, you cannot be reimbursed by Medicare and Medicaid. You cannot serve those patients. So 99% of facilities are accredited, and then but there's no accreditation for rehabilitation hospitals, which are actually shrinking in some respects because of post-hospital care is being done more and more at home. The second area that I think is really important is the proportion of nurses versus doctors. In the United States, we have 891,000, a little more than 891,000 physicians, and then we have 3.4 million active nurses. And we have a shortage of nurses in the United States because nurses do things that are done by physicians in Brazil. They are increasingly independent. We have a wide range of the types of nurses, from nurse practitioners that can do many of the things that junior doctors do, to helpers who are more similar to some of the nurses in Brazil. So I think these are two areas where there's quite a big bit of difference between the United States and, frankly, most of Europe and Brazil. So next slide. So one of the things that is the United States is sort of obsessive about data, which has its benefits. I think that part of the reason that DRGs were developed was because they provided data as well as incentives for reducing unnecessary services. But one of the things that we are finding that the integration of data with the financing, with the reporting and analysis, with regulation, with delivery of services and electronic medical records, prontuários electrónicos, are very much integrated. And where they're not integrated, it's a problem for management, because there's a big management component. As healthcare has gotten more complicated and more costly, this data and management component has become incredibly important. And where the challenges have been in the United States has been on interoperability to make sure that the systems talk to each other within one system. The second thing I think that is very instructive for Brazil is that there was a mandate under Obamacare to have electronic medical records. So everyone did it, and they didn't do it well. And so it has defeated the purpose of the electronic medical records because they're not integrated. They're not integrated across levels of care or across providers, and they've been done poorly in many places. So I think data have become essential. The oversight of the Medicare system is all based on data, reports, and analysis that go to Congress on an annual basis, and the budget is based on that performance. And that data is an adjustment. And I think it's worth noting that Medicare uses DRGs, and they started DRGs at the same time that Brazil started using the IH system. But they've gone in different directions, where the US has used data more and has built on that system. And I think that the IH system is not quite as robust as it could be. Next slide. So what are the trends in provider payment? How do we shift to value? Value-based care is clearly a mantra in Brazil. It is in the United States as well. Next slide. So what is the catalyst for new payment models, which is the value-based care? It's the increasing cost of healthcare. And you can see the historical rise in total healthcare spending and what the projected is. And the projected is a little bit less steep than the other, partly because of initiatives. Next slide. The second reason for this is that there were studies of waste looking at fraud and abuse, overtreatment, low value care, failure of care delivery, poor pricing, and administrative complexity that made it very difficult to oversee what was going on. So inefficiency was estimated at 23 to 29% of total healthcare spending. That was the second catalyst. Next slide. The third catalyst was poor quality. In a study in 2003, there was a study of adults who received healthcare services for 30 specified conditions. Only 55% of them received the right care, based on an expert panel. And these quality problems led to some seminal work on crossing the quality chasm, and other reports that basically told the country and the government that the quality of care was too low and was unacceptable. Next slide. So the tradition of how you pay is really fundamental. And I think one of the things about value-based care is that we've learned that if you can focus on reimbursing for value rather than for inputs, there's value. That's one part that I think is very important. Secondly, you have to have information on results and outcomes. And finally, you have to have risk sharing with providers. And that is, I think, the biggest challenge, but that is the direction that we're going in the United States. So next slide. So the value-based payments is really about incentivizing prevention, quality, patient satisfaction, controlling costs, and sharing risk. So next slide. So essentially, there are three main parts to the value-based healthcare payments, and that is defining what you're going to measure, measuring those outcomes, and paying for results. And when you pay for results, the risk sharing is that the providers share the risk for not oversupplying and not providing poor care. So that risk is that they don't get paid adequately if they don't perform adequately. So this is a very different model, and I know this is being discussed in Brazil in many different ways, but I think these are the three big parts that define the basic concept, and the shared risk concept underlies this. Next slide. So what types of alternative payment mechanisms are there? So we've talked about DRGs a little bit, but pay for performance, one of the things that the US has learned is that pay for performance is done at the institution or the team level, not at the individual level. It tends to not work. Bundle payments, which has become standard practice for orthopedics, and they're looking there, and some cancer treatments, and also it's being looked at for maternity. Capitation with accountability, and there's a difference between capitation where the money is just provided and everybody hopes that it goes well. With accountability, you have data and you know what's happening if patients are being treated, what the outcomes are. And then finally, a global budget with accountability, which a lot of HMOs use. Next slide. So the US payers are embracing a shift towards alternative models. So fee-for-service is now about a little under 40% of all payment, and alternative payment is growing very, very fast. Because 3 years ago, this would not have been the breakdown. Next slide. So what kind of alternative payments are actually being used? So fee-for-service in Medicaid, which is for the poor, is still fee-for-service, but it's also now increasingly being contracted out to an NGO. It's a little bit like the OS system in Sao Paulo State with the hospitals, except that it includes outpatient care too. So it's that, and then shared savings. And the shared savings means that the physicians that reduce or control costs share in the savings that are produced. And then you have bundle payments are much less common in Medicaid, much more common in Medicare and in the private sector. So the fee-for-service remains important in the private sector and in Medicaid, but is shrinking very fast in Medicare. But I think this is important because it shows that the shared savings is growing, that the shared risk and bundle payments are growing, and that different parts of the system are adapting much faster than other parts of the system. And it's relevant that Medicare has been driving the desire for short-term care. I mean, one of the things that I think is important that I haven't mentioned before about payment, and it's very different than what goes on in Brazil, is the best and the fastest payers are the government, state and federal. They're the first to pay. And many hospitals rely on Medicare and Medicaid because they do pay and they pay on time. So this is in contrast to literally any country I know in Latin America. Next slide. So most alternative payments basically build on fee-for-service. There's provider resistant to taking on financial risks. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the risk sharing is a small share of the total, and most of that sharing is what we call upside risk, which is the things for the things that are where there's good news and there's money to be shared. That's where the risk is being shared, but it's not being shared much less in terms of failures and loss and not having penalties. So this is a part of the evolution of the payment system. It takes time to adjust and to invest in new systems and new payment systems, and they're hard to set up sometimes, especially when physicians and nurses are used to doing things in a particular way. And management becomes a very, very important part of this, that you need the management component to be able to make these alternative payments work. Okay, next slide. Okay, so 90% of payers believe that the alternative payment mechanism will increase and move forward. The US government has been testing models to align metrics, incentives, and to reduce the burden of reporting. One of the things about bundle payments is that administrative costs are low because you're giving them a lump sum and saying, okay, all of this has to be covered. So that's a major contribution. Next slide. So what are the conclusions and implications for Brazil? Next slide. So I think the things that are different about the US is the data use, variety of financing, which I think is true in Brazil as well. The regulations define how the system functions, both public and private, I think making it more coherent. Government has fixed prices and pays promptly. This is not the case in the private sector and is problematic. Private sector has no defined prices and negotiates payment terms and timing for payment, and it must drive the providers, it drives the providers crazy. So those are things that are really important. And in addition, the fact that the US is very expensive, and part of it is that our physicians and nurses are paid more than any other country. Next slide. So what are the implications for Brazil? So the similarities I've sort of gone through, the quality challenges are there, the private health sector is very dynamic and innovative, and I can go through all sorts of things that are innovative in Brazil, but you know them better than I. And alternative delivery and financing models are expanding really fast. And you know, there's the IT and electronic medical records are really a pressure point because that's fragmented in Brazil too. And it's a little bit, it's fragmented in the US too, but it's really something that both countries, I think, would benefit greatly from fixing. Last slide, please. Okay, so what do I see as the challenges of the Brazilian healthcare system that is related to what I've talked about with respect to the US? One is INS is the only legal regulatory body, and it's only for insurance. It's not for provision. There are globally regulations target profits rather than prices, outcomes, and adverse events. And that's not the case in Brazil. And all three of those are probably the best way to move in terms of regulations. There's a tendency to want to control prices rather than control profits. And you want the incentive of profits and to tax that. So that's, I think, an area of discussion. And the lack of accreditation, less than 10% of all hospitals are accredited. That's an issue. Quality requirements are very few. Delivery standards are not standardized. And incentive for payment innovation is limited, especially in the public sector. Public sector sort of holds on to the direct administration. There's inadequate data in public and private sectors. There's obviously exceptions. Albert Einstein and Sírio-Libanês and some of the other major hospitals, the Anape hospitals, have really made an effort to do this, but they are the exception, not the rule in Brazil. I think there's a total inadequacy of nurses, and as the non-communicable diseases expand and the management needs expand, nurses become very important. Public and private sectors function in parallel. I mean, one of the things about the U.S. is that the public sector finances not quite half, but almost half of the care, and it's done by the private sector because they do it well. Public sector is not a reliable buyer, so when they do pay, they don't pay well, and that the IAH system that was started in the 90s certainly showed that. And they're therefore not a reliable payer for private care, which is a problem. The public sector lacks consistency in management and accountability, and we can talk about that a long time. I've worked a long time on those issues in Brazil, but I think that there's lots of potential in Brazil, and Brazil is always dynamic and always moving. So all of these things are things that can be dealt with, because one of the things I learned early on in Brazil is once Brazil decides to do something, it gets done. So the last slide is basically thanking you. This was a privilege. I very much enjoyed talking, and I look forward to discussion with all of you. So thank you very much. Muito obrigada. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, we are not hearing him also. Claudio, now he has the sound. Now we would like to give the floor to a very important part, which are the comments, the remarks of two experts that know a lot about the Brazilian system, and they are waiting for this opportunity to have
de que era difícil optar
deeper
quem fosse primeiro.
approach
Então, um
and
começa com
perspective
chave de
towards
outro e o outro
this
fecha com chave de
panel,
outro.
and
Como
then
quem está
they
do
are
meu lado
going to
esquerdo, no meu
close
coração está
everything
primeiro o
with
Gonzalo
a
Vicino.
golden key.
André, você
Now,
fica para segundo.
Mr.
Gonzalo, por
Vicina,
favor, seus comentários.
André, you will be second, and
Muito bem.
then Gonzalo, you're going to be
Boa
first.
noite a todos e todas. É um prazer estar aqui nesse evento.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be part of this event with Maureen and the other speakers and Claudio.
Eu acho que o sistema eleitoral americano é mais simples do que o
US
sistema
system
de
is
saúde.
simpler
Nós
than
temos
the
falado
healthcare
muito do sistema
system. We
eleitoral,
have been
mas o
speaking a
sistema
lot
de
about the
saúde é
election
pior.
system in
Mais
US, but I
complicado.
believe the healthcare system is quite
Quando eu vou
complex,
dar
more
aula sobre o
complicated.
sistema de saúde,
Because when we talk
eu sempre falo, olha,
about the
nós vamos falar de
healthcare
sistema de
systems,
saúde e
let's
vamos falar
talk
de
about
não
the
sistema. O não
healthcare
sistema é o
system and the
americano. Né?
non-system. And the
Ele tem um pouco
non-system
de
is the
tudo
US
e não
system
cobre
because it has a
direito
bit
nada.
of
Né?
everything and does not cover
É
everything
óbvio que tem coisas muito
properly.
importantes
So,
nos
of course,
Estados
there are
Unidos e
many
nós temos
key
muito que
important
aprender lá.
aspects in the United States. We have a lot
Tem
to
a
learn
armadilha
from
do
there.
custo,
We
né?
have also the cost
Um sistema de
trap
saúde
because
extremamente caro.
they have an extremely
O PIB dos
expensive
Estados Unidos
healthcare
hoje situa-se
system.
em
The
torno de
GDP
20
in the
trilhões de
United
dólares.
States is about
18%
$20 trillion,
disso é
and
gasto na saúde.
18% of that
É
is
gasto
spent in
impensável
healthcare. So it's
para o
an
Canadá que está
unthinkable
ali do lado.
expenditure for Canada, which is just
Tem um sistema
beside
de
the
saúde com
country.
melhores
So they
resultados que o
have a
sistema de saúde
better
americano.
healthcare system in
Mas
terms
todo
of
mundo tem o
results
que aprender
against
com o
the
sistema
US
de saúde
system, but
americano.
everybody
Particularmente
can
algumas
learn from
áreas
US
em que a Maureen deixou muito
healthcare
claro isso.
system. And Maureen
Na
explained that
produção e
very
uso de
clearly in the
dados, o
production
sistema
and
de
use
saúde
of data.
americano
The
é
US
exemplo a
healthcare
ser
system
olhado de
is a
perto.
role model to
E
be
nós precisamos de muitos
studied,
dados e
and we
nós não
require a
estamos
lot of
produzindo
data,
esses
and we are
dados
not
no Brasil.
generating such data for
O
Brazil.
problema que eles têm lá de
The issue they have
interoperabilidade
there of
entre sistemas informatizados
interoperability
é
among the
problema
systems they
mundial.
have in place,
Nós
that's a
não
worldwide
conseguimos
issue.
enfrentar
We
de
are
maneira
not able to
adequada
face
a
properly
construção de barramentos que
the building
permitam
of some
uma adequada
barriers that will
interoperabilidade entre
provide the
sistemas que
proper
deveriam conversar
interoperability
com
between the
segurança
systems that
para os
should
dados
talk
do
safely
paciente. O
and
advento do
address the
blockchain
data
talvez
connected with the
tenha algumas
patients.
respostas
Maybe
no futuro
they will have some
próximo
answers
para
in
que
the
nós
future,
possamos ter uma
so
maior
we will have a higher
interoperabilidade,
level of
garantindo
interoperability,
a
ensuring
segurança e
the
a privacidade
safety
dos
and
dados para os
privacy of
pacientes.
data for the
Experiência
United
importante
States.
que os
So
Estados
the
Unidos estão
chain
fazendo e que merece
block
toda a
could
nossa atenção
address that.
é a
So
saída do
what
fee for
deserves our
service. Né?
attention is the
Então,
fee
eles têm uma
for
experiência muito
service
grande de trabalhar com os
system.
DRGs.
So they have a
Os
high level of
DRGs, como a Maureen falou,
experience of
têm
leading
uma
with the
certa
DRGs,
semelhança
as Maureen
com o
mentioned.
pagamento por
It's
procedimento,
similar
só que
to
nós
the
enterramos o pagamento por
payment
procedimento no
per
Brasil
procedure,
com a
and
espiral
we
inflacionária. Né?
just
Então, na
blocked
verdade,
that
hoje,
with the
esse
inflation
nós temos que zerar.
momentum we gained. So we need to
O
achieve
sistema de
zero
pagamento por
level.
procedimento é um
And
sistema
the payment
inteligente,
per
só que
procedure is a
ele
smart
foi
system,
totalmente
but
destravado,
it
desatualizado
was
por causa das políticas inflacionárias. E hoje
disrupted
não
due to
existe
the
isso.
inflationary
Eu não acredito que isso
policies,
possa
and
ser
I do not believe we
utilizado.
have it available in
O
Brazil and
próximo
it
passo
could
que
be
nós temos que
used.
dar, sair do
And
fee
this
for
could be
service.
the next
No setor
step. So leave
público,
the fee
o
for service. In
caminho
the public
é
sector,
captação
we require
e o orçamento
captation
global. Não tem muita
and
saída para o
global
setor público no
budget.
Brasil,
We
na
do
minha
not
opinião.
have another
E
way out for the
através
public
da
sector in
construção
Brazil, in my
de
opinion, and
parcerias.
through
A administração
partnerships,
pública
because
produz
we
uma
have the
ineficiência
public
fantástica.
administration that
Então,
generates a
nós
high
vamos
level
ter
of
que
inefficiency.
buscar
So
o
we
aumento da
will need to
eficiência e
increase the
a
efficiency
busca do aumento da
level,
eficiência
and with
já
this
tem
increase in
alguns
efficiency,
indicadores.
we
Né?
will have
Quer dizer,
some
trabalhar com as
KPIs.
PPPs, o Hospital do
Work
Subúrbio
with
na
the
Bahia, que teve a
TPPs
consultoria do
in the
Banco
suburban
Mundial,
hospital in Bahia
uma uma
that
solução
had some
muito interessante
funding from the
e é uma
World
solução
Bank
que
is
enfrenta
an interesting
essa questão
solution,
do
and we
pagamento
face
com
these
o quê?
aspects connected
Dados.
with payment
Basicamente, o que
with
foi
data.
construído é um
Basically,
belíssimo
what
de um
they have
sistema
there is
de
a wonderful
acompanhamento dos dados
system
produzidos
of
pelos hospital
following
seguro.
up the data
Esse é
that are
a resposta.
generated
Temos que
by
olhar para o
the
hospital seguro.
suburban
Né?
hospitals. So we need
Sair
to
desse
look
mimimi de que é
at that.
privatização,
So
é não sei o
stop
quê.
all this
Vamos
talk
de
that
dente Xiaoping.
privatization is this or
Queremos
that.
gatos que
We
caçem
need to
ratos. Ponto.
capture
Essa questão da acreditação e da qualidade é algo com que nós já estamos aprendendo. Só que nós temos aqui no Brasil alguma coisa entre 6.000 e 7.000 hospitais, a gente não sabe mais ou menos quanto é, mas somente 300 ou 350 hospitais são acreditados. Uma gota d'água no oceano. A acreditação é fundamental. Sem acreditação, infelizmente, não dá para oferecer segurança na assistência. Então, nós estamos matando os nossos pacientes porque não temos segurança nos nossos hospitais. E a questão da inovação e de estar na crista da onda, que é uma questão importante também que os americanos têm. Nós tentamos seguir atrás, mas vamos muito atrás. Então, hoje ainda no SUS nós não incorporamos a videocirurgia, que virá da cirurgia robótica. Então, temos muito que andar, muito que trabalhar. Meus 10 minutos acabaram. Eu vou aguardar os comentários sábios do meu amigo André.
André Médici, por favor.
André. You have the floor.
Bom, depois da excelente exposição da Maureen e dos excelentes comentários do Gonçalo também, eu fico sem muitas palavras para o que dizer, né? Então, eu vou tentar, basicamente, sintetizar alguns pontos que eu acho que são interessantes no que diz respeito a dois aspectos da realidade recente, que primeiro a questão da cobertura. Eu acho que foi muito interessante o movimento de aumento da cobertura de saúde, de seguros de saúde, que teve na época o Plano Obama, embora a Maureen, com toda a propriedade, falou que isso realmente é uma questão que tem que pensar do ponto de vista da qualidade. Você está cobrindo mais pessoas nos Estados Unidos, mas a qualidade dos planos, realmente, ela deixa um pouco a desejar. Então, essa é uma questão que teria que ser pensada também. Mas a cobertura foi muito importante. E a segunda questão que eu queria colocar é um pouco a questão das formas como os Estados Unidos têm enfrentado recentemente também a questão da pandemia, porque eu acho que existem outros aspectos da saúde, do sistema, que deveriam, de alguma forma, ser incorporados nessa questão. Então, no que diz respeito à primeira questão, o que a gente pode dizer, quando a gente compara os dados entre 2000 e 2009 de cobertura de planos de saúde, esses são dados do World Census, né? As pessoas sem seguro-saúde aumentaram entre 2000 e 2009 de 13% para 17% nos Estados Unidos. Houve um aumento brutal, né? E nesse mesmo momento, os gastos de saúde dos Estados Unidos aumentaram de 13% para 17%. Então, você teve um duplo movimento no início desse século, uma redução da cobertura de planos de seguro e um aumento enorme do gasto. Ou seja, o sistema estava criando realmente um aspecto de ineficiência muito grande. O Obama, e eu isso gostaria de falar com toda a sinceridade, que ele se comprometeu com a questão de ter uma cobertura universal nos Estados Unidos, e para tal ele aumentou o asseguramento através do que a gente chama de Affordable Care Act, ACA, que foi aprovado em 2010, criando, nesse caso, a obrigatoriedade em ter um seguro-saúde através da empresa, do indivíduo, que através de subsídios fiscais, que é aquilo que a Maureen colocou. Uma parte desses recursos passaram a ser basicamente destinados a planos que eram subsidiados. Do ponto de vista da eficiência, né, o Obama se comprometeu, de alguma forma, a aumentar a eficiência do sistema através da ideia de Integrated Healthcare. Então, as chamadas Accountable Care Organizations, né, ACOs, que foi um modelo que cresceu muito. A Maureen escreveu um artigo, deu uma entrevista fantástica para o blog Monitor de Saúde, a esse respeito, que eu acho que todo mundo deveria ler, uma referência essa entrevista que eu no meu blog, eu gostaria muito que vocês lessem, mostra claramente como é que esse processo foi um processo muito interessante do Integrated Healthcare, e essa é uma questão importante para o Brasil. Então, entre 2009 e 2016, a porcentagem de pessoas sem seguro-saúde se reduziu, vejam bem, de 16,7% para 8,6%. E o gasto com saúde aumentou somente de 17,3% para 18%. Então, você teve um gasto de saúde que foi praticamente flat, ele não aumentou, e a cobertura dobrou, né, do ponto de vista... A cobertura não é que a cobertura dobrou, de pessoas sem seguro-saúde se reduziu pela metade. Então, foi um movimento muito interessante que aconteceu nesse momento. Eu diria que o governo Trump ele tentou desmontar o plano, embora não tenha conseguido, a Suprema Corte não deixou de alguma forma, mas, de todos os modos, dentro da administração do governo Trump, o número de pessoas sem cobertura de saúde voltou a aumentar de 0,6% em 2016 para 9,2% em 2019, que são os últimos dados. Em fevereiro e março desse ano, 2020, cerca de 5,4 milhões de pessoas já perderam o seu seguro-saúde em função da questão da pandemia. Então, a gente sabe que isso é um problema conjuntural, mas é uma questão que tem muito a ver com a forma pela qual você não pode descontinuar determinados tipos de política que estão, de alguma forma, dando resultado. Né? A ideia é que, com a eleição de Joe Biden, se volta à discussão a proposta de modificar os planos de saúde, a questão que a Maureen colocou, e, basicamente, as propostas que o Biden tem colocado são propostas polêmicas, têm que ser discutidas, mas uma delas foi recuperar uma questão que tinha sido tirada do plano Obama, inicialmente, que é a Public Option. Não? Que a Public Option é um seguro, né, que vai sendo com prêmios que são decrescentes de acordo com o nível de renda das famílias. Então, famílias com nível mais baixo vão pagar muito pouco e vão ter um subsídio maior. Essa seria uma das questões. As pessoas, por exemplo, que ganham, né, menos de 138% do nível de pobreza vão ser automaticamente matriculadas, segundo o Biden, em determinados programas ou instituições, né, através de Seguridade Social, escolas pública poderá para ter acesso a esse plano. E com isso, eles esperam recuperar um pouco a cobertura dessas pessoas. O Biden também propõe mudanças no ACA, né, eliminando o limite de 400% de renda, que é a elegibilidade do subsídio fiscal, que anteriormente desqualificava algumas pessoas de classe média ou famílias que tinham um determinado de renda. Isso era muito ruim para pessoas de nível mais elevado em determinados estados, né, de receber assistência financeira para a sua cobertura de seguro-saúde. Ele vai reduzir também o limite de custo da cobertura de saúde, que hoje está em torno de 9,86% da renda para receber subsídio, até perto de 8,5%. São propostas, são questões que vão ser discutidas. Mas é interessante a gente ver essa primeira leva de propostas com o Joe Biden, porque são coisas que são interessantes. Né? Outra medida que está sendo proposta pelo Joe Biden é proibir os prestadores de cobrar taxas de alimentos fora da rede, distinção de que os pacientes não têm controle de serviços que vão utilizar. Por exemplo, se você está numa situação de emergência, você vai utilizar o primeiro que você vai ter. E nesse caso, hoje em dia, se esse provedor está fora da rede, os planos podem dar mais. Então, essa é uma questão também que ele pretende eliminar, porque vai fazer com que o custo do seguro fique um pouco. O Joe Biden também pretende investir muito nas áreas de medicamentos prescritos, cujos preços são muito elevados nos Estados Unidos. Né? Então, isso inclui, pelo menos, 3 medidas. Né? A redução de lançamento de medicamentos que não enfrentam concorrência. Hoje em dia, a gente tem esses medicamentos biológicos, biotecnológicos, todos eles saem praticamente com monopólio. Então, isso daí faz com que o preço seja qualquer um. Ele vai tentar fazer com que esses preços sejam mais moderados. A redução dos preços de marcas de biotecnologias e medicamentos genéricos, que têm preços abusivos em relação à inflação, e a permissão dos consumidores em comprar também medicamentos em outros países, porque hoje em dia existe um mercado muito fechado dentro dos Estados Unidos para a compra de medicamentos, e também eliminar os incentivos fiscais para os gastos com propaganda de farmacêuticos para o fornecimento de medicamentos genéricos de qualidade. Essa é uma outra questão que está dentro da proposta dele. Né? Enfim, essa é a proposta que eu acho que é mais polêmica, né, porque a esperança de vida está aumentando. O Biden quer reduzir a idade de elegibilidade do Medicare de 65 para 60 anos, o que ampliaria
enhance the access of 20 million Americans that retired early, because if life expectancy is increasing, probably this process will be even more difficult to be included. So I believe these are the questions we need to address. Currently, we are facing a change in the U.S. healthcare structure, and many of the proposals will just consolidate what we had at the NCA time that started up at the Obama administration. So they will try to solve the issues created by Trump in Medicare. And something that I would like to mention, and that's very brief, is that the U.S. government had a major financial support for the COVID, $3 trillion, and this will make the public deficit in 2020 would increase in 14% of the GDP, which is a huge share for the United States. And many have accused the government administration of lack of transparency, how the resources are being used. But the key issue for me is the lack of transparency in the use of resources, and that's due to a lack of communication between the government. Sorry, I lost his sound. So the administration of this pandemic took to a level of death that could be controlled based on the studies with some agencies. We could prevent 130,000 deaths in the high level of deaths we have with COVID in the United States. So with simple measures, the use of masks, they had a delayed in an overall response, and some public health practices that were not taken seriously while they were being implemented. And the study was conducted by Columbia University, where they analyzed some questions that could have real risks and could be implemented. So there was failures in ensuring strategic inventories, medical supplies and devices, shortage of resources and financial incentives for testing, checking treatments available, and check the need of self-quarantine. And the population is not with a high level of awareness towards the disease. And there is also some unproportional issue. And we have this assessment of ANAP hospitals in Brazil, and I was amazed how they are recovering very fast with the COVID environment. They made a huge transformation very fast, but the American Association will have a loss of 320 billion of income against 2019. In the first term of this year, the healthcare system had an increase in the hospital stay, and when we have chronic patients, we have some mortality issues connected with the patients, and 20% of the volume of outpatient procedures also were reduced. And this happened in Brazil because during COVID, and this is something I've been following up, the unemployment in healthcare in Brazil is increasing. Amazingly enough, is increasing, and these are data from the Ministry of Health. In the United States, there was a loss of 1.4 million losses in terms of employment in healthcare. And Maureen mentioned there were areas where we have shortage, which is the case of the nursing professionals in the United States. These were things that should be reanalyzed, because in the way this impact of COVID happened in the beginning was quite complex. It's interesting to see that the United States was considered in 2019 by a Johns Hopkins analysis the most prepared country to face a pandemic according to the international rules, guidelines. But in July, another survey conducted by Forbes, based on another survey institute, the United States was ranked in the 54th position So they had a really mediocre answer, so to speak, to the pandemic. So these are the topics that I would like to be discussed. And I believe I exceeded my 10 minutes. Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to discuss because I think that all the comments and considerations were brilliant. But let me go back to you, Maureen. And of course, we are here to try to mirror the US system and see what we can use of it in the Brazilian system. So if you had the opportunity, Maureen, to interfere, making a decision in the healthcare system, considering everything that you presented to us and knowing the Brazilian system as you know it, which of the two systems would be easier to create a added value medicine, a value-based medicine? Which of the two?
Well, as Andrea has said, the U.S. has limitations, and Gonzalo referred to the same thing. And there is no perfect system, but I think both systems have things to improve. I think there has to be, and I will take Brazil because that's what you asked me to. I think that Brazil could really benefit from the regulation, and that includes the accreditation and the data, because you know what's going on in the Brazilian system, right? You have a lot of small hospitals. Gonzalo mentioned this. You know, they're not very efficient. There's a recent PhD thesis in Minas Gerais University that shows the level of inefficiency, and I think it's a real issue for Brazil. So that's one thing. Secondly, I think the public system could be much more efficient and could be much better partner with the private sector. And I think that's where the gains are in Brazil. The OSS hospitals are an example that I use all over the world as one of the few PPPs that works really well. That's how it should be done. So there's some things that I think Brazil should do more of that Brazil already does. And then you have the Saúde da Família, which now has another name, I know, but that program is not integrated, right? So you have some great programs, but they're separated. And the US has the same problem. But quite frankly, I probably know more about where the Brazilian system should improve than the US system, because the US system is so rigid in some respects, because the regulation and the providers and the payers are already sort of gaming the system to the maximum extent. And there's not a lot of adjustment that they can make. And reducing costs right now means reducing salaries. And we know that's never going to happen. So that's, I think, one of the problems in the US. I think you can change, but it's going to be based on legal decisions of the Congress. And it's going to be more co-pays and things of that sort. In Brazil, there's more flexibility. There's more opportunity to change things. I mean, the Suburbio Hospital is a really good example. They've done a lot of things right. And there are other hospitals and hospital systems in Brazil that have done, Hapvida has done really interesting work with low-income beneficiaries. So I think these are the kinds of things that Brazil could really harness and use more of, and I think be more effective and have this kind of impact that Claudia is putting on the table. So that's my 2 cents. So one of the things I did want to.
Oh, please go ahead. I'm sorry. He says there is unfortunately a time constraint here to us. And you see, the speakers are just so great, and it's so wonderful to be here talking to you. I think Brazil has a huge challenge ahead of us, similarly to all countries, in fact, because and I think Andre said about the number of people included in the healthcare system in the U.S. resulting from Obamacare. And when he said about keeping costs within a specific level and including more people, because you see, especially for us Brazilians, we understand health as being a right, a social right. We are all entitled to have good care. And I think Maureen just made reference to Programa da Família because it is an extension or something very close to it that can find a huge expression in what we call primary care with coordinated care, which solves, 85% of health problems in one single medical visit. So this is the kind of thing. And I have asked you that, Maureen, because I think that and all of us, we admire deeply United States innovation, its constant pursuit for technology and development. But in terms of funding, we know that has been a culture that encouraged much more cost than quality after all. And I think that Brazil, if the society and the politicians were willing to do so, of having better health policies and less politics in health, most probably we would be able to have a much better healthcare system. So thank you so much, Maureen, for your time, for your brilliant presentation. I think that you, once again, really show why we take you at such high value here. And as I've said, with distinguished speakers such as Gonçalo Vicina and Andrea Medicine, I really wonder what my role is in this panel. Let's face it, brilliant minds, because all of us Brazilians who are interested in healthcare really deeply admire the three of you. So I'd like to thank all participants who have attended this session and all of you. So please receive my special thanks and warm regards. Thank you very much, everyone. Áudio, por favor. Áudio na cabine. Unfortunately, we have no audio in the booth. Cauã, nós estamos sem áudio. Agora sim, obrigada. So now we have Alexa and Rapsody, and there was a raffle. Let's see who was the lucky winner. So, let's see. So, let's see it. Please help us out here. Last stretch. No? Sim, estou te ouvindo, Cauã. Diga. Estou ouvindo, pode falar. Estou no inglês. Quer que eu fale no português? Não. Fale. Vamos fazer o... Good. That's wonderful, isn't it? The last panel was great. So much interesting contact. Now we are going to have something very informal. Let's speak about the winner of Alexa in partnership with Attica Saúde. Let's see who is the winner. Erlane Moore. Wow, great. So lucky. Everyone wanted an Alexa. Our team will contact you to deliver the award to you. Tomorrow, it's going to be our third and unfortunately the last day of FIS Digital. We are going to hear from France, Portugal, and Canada, sharing the perspective of the countries and helping us rethinking Brazilian health. So now that we've come to the end of one more day, now we have a lot of women leaders who are going to discuss all the topics, how women can help transform health. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting presentation, and we are also going to have some additional surprises. Don't we have an award tomorrow? Can we talk about that? 1 or maybe 5 awards indeed. The award will be just for healthcare professionals, so do not miss it. Please follow us in our social media and also Hub Digital and in our YouTube channel. Great. Thank you very much for being with us for the whole day and in our webcast. Thank you. See you tomorrow.